Today is all about aging paper super quick. I've just printed off one of my graphics on a plain piece of paper and I'm going to transform it into something that looks old and vintage antique. This process is perfect if you want to create paper that looks old for your journaling, for scrapbooking, for decoupage, for any sorts of arts and crafts. This works fantastic. So we're gonna get started. The first step that I like to do is I like to make the edge of my paper ragged. That just makes it look a little bit more antique and a little bit more vintage. This is just a little dish of water and I'm just rubbing it along the edge of the paper. And you can tell when it's soaked through, it'll start to lighten up. You can rip it, but I find it's hard to be consistent. This works great. It's just a pair of scissors, and I just take the scissors on the edge and just go along, and you can see how it just makes that edge ragged really easy. And you're just gonna do that on all four sides. That easy. We've created a ragged edge. I've done tutorials before on my channel using all kinds of different products to age paper. Coffee, tea, lemon juice, soy sauce, vanilla. They all work fantastic. And I dried them in the oven and it always takes a little bit of time. Today's tutorial is all about doing it quickly. You got a project you want to get done, but you want to create a fantastic antique looking piece of paper. Then this method works perfect. This can be a little bit messy, so make sure you have an area where it doesn't matter. I'm gonna do it right on my craft table because this is easy to wipe up afterwards. We need instant coffee, a little dish of water, a piece of paper towel, and just a spoon. You're gonna take your instant coffee and put a good heaping teaspoon, doesn't really matter how much. You're gonna scrunch it up in that paper towel. Make sure you got it in there really good in a little bowl. And you're going to set it in that dish of water and let it just soak for a minute and melt some of that coffee. Okay, now we are ready to start aging our paper. You're just gonna blot it on the paper randomly. It doesn't have to be in a pattern or anything. It's all about creating different textures on the paper. Dip it back in the water when it dries out. Get it right to the edge. You want that edge really dark. And the little bubbles in it that it creates, when they dry, it looks fantastic. And it smells yummy too. So you want to make sure you coat that whole piece of paper. I've got it all coated and you can see the little bubbles in it. When that dries, it's going to look really neat on the paper. Now we're ready for the next step. Get out your heat gun. If you don't have a heat gun, you can use a hairdryer, but just be careful because the hairdryer blows out more of a burst of air and it might blow your paper around. But I just put it on a low setting and just dry your paper, and it doesn't take very long. It'll dry really quickly. And that's already dry. We're gonna flip it over because you wanna make sure, unless you're decoupaging it and you're not gonna see the back, but if you're doing a project where you're gonna see the back, flip it over and do the same process. And if you're finding the coffee is kind of wearing out, you can open it back up or get a new piece of paper towel and add coffee into it. As you can see a lot of that coffee has dissolved. So I'm just gonna put another scoop in there, scrunch it back up, put it back in the water to activate it again. And then keep on going. And that's it. Created an antique looking piece of paper, vintage looking piece of paper really quickly. And the nice thing about it, no mess, just throw this out in the garbage and that's you're finished with it. I'm gonna do a couple more and show you how they turn. Another thing that you can do before you coffee stain it is you can take it and you can scrunch it up into a ball. So it gives it that wrinkled look. And all these graphics that I'm using today, you can find in my Etsy store if you want to try these techniques out yourself with these graphics. And now we've got a wrinkled piece of paper and we can start to coffee dye it. If it starts to run out, you can add more coffee, get a new little piece of paper towel, and just keep going. Now, one thing that I will mention, I printed this off on my LaserJet printer, so my ink won't run. If you have a inkjet printer and you print on your paper first, your ink might run when you're doing this process. You can completely avoid that. Age your paper the full size and then put it through your printer and print on it afterwards if you have an inkjet. LaserJet, it works perfect. And there you have antique, aged looking paper in a matter of minutes. And it's so easy and works fantastic with very little mess. So let me know down in the comments if you've ever tried this aging technique that works really quick like this. I'd love to know how you made out. Okay, have you got all kinds of quotes or artwork that your kids have made that you don't want to frame them, but you want to protect them and tuck them away, or maybe use a magnet, put them up on the fridge, but you don't want them to get dirty? I'm going to show you 2 different ways that you can laminate at home. Really simple, really easy. And I'm going to do this colored pencil crayon picture that my daughter did for me, and I'm going to do this quote. I thought this would be really nice to laminate. If you wanted to take it into work, you could put it up on a board at work with a little pin. Lots of ideas that you can do with these laminated pieces after you're finished. 2 methods. Let's do the first one. The first thing we're going to do is get our surface ready. I'm going to use my Cricut Easy Press. But you can use your normal household iron and ironing board. That works just as well too. I'm going to put a tea towel down just to protect my Cricut foam. I don't want to get anything on it. And then the next thing you're going to do is you need some parchment paper. You're going to put 1 piece of parchment paper down on top of the tea towel. And then you're going to take your picture, your colored picture. And the first one is a Ziploc bag. Now, my Ziploc bags, I only had the ones with the writing on the back, but I actually don't mind this because after you laminate this, you could write the child's name or whoever did the picture for you and the date, and then you have a memory of that. So the first thing that we're going to do is put this picture right in that baggie and just push it right down to the bottom, right tight in that corner, and tuck it right up in there tight. And then you're going to take your scissors and just cut and leave a little bit of an edge around the photo or the picture and trim it off. Okay. Now, the next thing we're going to do, make sure it's not slipping around in there, that it's up nice and tight, and you've got a little bit of extra around the edges. You're going to take another piece of parchment paper, lay it on top. I'm going to get my Easy Press, and I'm just going to set it down. You don't want to move it because you don't want that picture to move around in that plastic bag. So I'm going to leave it for 30 seconds. And then I'm going to pick it up and I'm going to move it down to the very end because it didn't quite go all the way down to the end of the picture. Okay, now we want to flip the whole thing over. And this was a double-sided picture in this coloring book. So we're going to take that easy press again and press from the back side. And now it's melted, so you can move that easy press up and down. Make sure that plastic is melted right onto that coloring page really well. Okay. We're just going to set it aside and let it cool down. This is completely cooled off now, and you're just going to peel away that parchment paper, and you're left, sorry, that's noisy and crinkly, you're left with a coloring page that's laminated. Now what I like to do is I just like to take the scissors and just kind of trim up around the edges, make it look nice. And this one's going to go on my fridge. I'm going to put it on my fridge with a little magnet, and I think it's going to look really cute. Second method is cling wrap. You can use cling wrap, saran wrap. You just want to pull off 2 pieces, the size a little bit bigger than your actual paper. So that's the one, and then we're going to get a second one. Same size again. Okay, and of course cling wrap is cling wrap, and it sticks to everything. So we're going to lay the first one down on the parchment paper. We're going to put our print on top of that, smooth it out really well, and then we're going to take that second piece and lay it on top. Now this is, I mean, a lot of people maybe have, oh, that one I got kind of crinkled up, so we're going to do another one. Some people may have a laminator at home. I don't, so this is a pretty good alternative to doing it quick and affordably at home. I do know that you can sometimes at the dollar store find the laminating pouches, but I don't always find them there at mine. So this works just as good for what I'm trying to achieve. So you want to make sure you've got it nice and flat. You don't want any wrinkles or creases in your cling wrap. It can kind of be a bugger getting them all out. Just take your time though and press them all out. Okay, I've got it all smoothed out, and I'm going to cut off the extra and leave a little bit around the edges and make it nice and neat and tidy before we press it. These are also great if you have something that you have to keep in your purse or your wallet, and you don't want it to get wet and you want to protect it. You can do these methods on that. If you're going hiking and you have a map that you want to take with you, and you don't want to just have the piece of paper stuck in your back pocket, you want to protect it from the rain or the elements, this works great for that too. Okay, we've got all the edges cut off, and again, I'm just going to make sure I got them nice and flat. This one's a little bit trickier to get it ready than the Ziploc bag method, but it still works really good. We're going to put the parchment paper on top, and then we're going to press it the exact same way that we did the first one. Okay, this is all cool. We're going to take off the parchment paper and peel it off, and then trim around the edges. Now, of course, this isn't as perfect as if you were using a laminator and doing it that way, but in a pinch and you want to save a document or protect a nice little art piece for a kid, one of your kids, this works fantastic. Trim that all up, and what a beautiful reminder to hang up somewhere on your on a board, or take it to work and hang it up at work. So there you have 2 different ways to laminate paper on a budget. So if you have pictures from your grandkids or your kids and you want to save them, try this out. Okay, I'm sure you all have some fast food restaurant napkins stashed away somewhere. Grab a couple and try this technique. Now, I'm going to do 2 different ways of doing this to show you some comparisons. So make sure you stick through to the end because they both turn out beautiful. The first napkin I've pressed with an iron so it's nice and flat. It doesn't have any creases on it. And then I taped it onto a piece of computer paper. I'm going to directly print right on that napkin using my laser jet printer. You can try this technique using an inkjet, but you might find that your ink runs a little bit. It definitely works better with a laser jet printer. And I'm just going to trim off all around the edges and remove that napkin from that piece of paper, and we're ready to turn it into some faux rice paper. I've put down a piece of parchment paper. You want to put down something that glue is not going to stick to. Parchment paper, wax paper, or a plastic sleeve. And now we're ready to mix the solution together. I'm going to be using the clear Elmer's glue and some water. 1/8 of a cup of water and 1/4 cup of the clear glue. Now you can use regular school glue, but I like using the clear because when it dries, it gives a very translucent look. Now I want to make this piece of faux rice paper from the napkin look antique and old. So I'm just sprinkling in a little bit of instant coffee into that glue and water mixture, and we're just going to stir it really well until all of that coffee dissolves. Once it's dissolved, we're going to get that piece of parchment paper where I've marked the edges, and we're going to put that solution in between all of those marks. And you want to put on a liberal amount, spreading it around, trying to get it as even as you can within that square. We're now going to pick up that napkin and lay it right down into that glue solution. Now it's going to be wrinkly, it's going to have some bubbles, but that's what we want. We want it to have the character of rice paper, so we're just going to embrace that. Now I'm just going to take a little bit of that solution now and just dab it really gently on top of that napkin because it's going to rip really easy if you're too aggressive, and cover that whole napkin, and then just use my fingertip and spread it around all even. I don't like my rice paper to have a straight edge, so I'm taking the edge of my scissors and just kind of pushing it up a little bit just to give it a little bit of a ragged edged look. And once we have that done, we're going to set it aside and let it dry completely. It has to be completely dry. You can leave it overnight, or you can put it in the sun and speed up the process a little bit, or you can even use a hair dryer. Let's do another napkin. We're going to do a little bit of a different technique on this one. I'm scrunching it up so it's nice and wrinkled. This faux rice paper is excellent to use for your junk journaling projects, for scrapbooking, and just to craft with. And it can get really pricey, so this is a great alternative to create your own and do it at a fraction of a cost. Now for this napkin, I'm not adding the coffee, so you can see the difference between adding the coffee and not. Again, spreading it all over that parchment paper, and we're going to lay that napkin right into it, embracing the wrinkles and the bubbles. And then we're just going to pat a little bit more of that glue solution on top of it, being really careful to not rip or tear the napkin. Also try these techniques out on white napkins, and if you want to have even a different color, you can experiment with, instead of coffee grinds, use some food coloring. Once I have that completely covered, again, I'm going to take my scissors and just go all around the edge so it doesn't look so straight and give it a nice ragged look. And this napkin is all ready to set aside and let it dry completely. I let my napkins sit overnight. It's now the next day, and you can see how they just peel right off of that parchment paper. So that's why it's important to use a parchment paper or a wax paper or a plastic sleeve so it comes off easy. And you just peel it off really carefully. And we have just taken a fast food restaurant napkin and turned it into a faux piece of rice paper. It's very pliable and it's not going to rip, and it is fantastic to add to any of your DIY projects. And this sheet of words is available in my Etsy store if you want to grab it and try this technique yourself. Now we're going to work on the other piece where we didn't have the coffee stain, and again, just peel it off really slowly, take your time, and Another fantastic piece of rice paper, and see how translucent it is when you put your hand up against it. And when you put the white paper behind, you can see the starkness of the paper. So many possibilities to craft with. And here's what I did with the one piece of faux rice paper. I wrapped it around a glass jar I got out of my recycling bin. And when you put a candle in this, it just glows so beautiful. So if you want to try and make some faux rice paper, give this technique a try. A pile of old magazines lying around the house. Instead of throwing them away, why not turn them into beautiful pieces of art? I'm going to show you how you can create stunning textured paper using old magazines, pages, and stencils. First, select a magazine page with an image that you like. It could be a photograph, a painting, or anything that catches your eye. Next, choose a stencil that you want to use for texture. I love this mandala stencil as it creates a beautiful, intricate design on the paper. Place the stencil underneath the magazine page and use a little piece of sandpaper to gently sand that magazine paper. As you sand, you're going to see the texture from the stencil start to show up on the paper, sanding until you're happy with the amount of texture on the paper. The result is a gorgeous piece of textured paper that you can use in all sorts of ways. It's perfect to add to your mixed media art, junk journals, or even turning into an envelope. So next time you're looking for a creative project to do, grab some old magazines and stencils and give this technique a try. If you have a collection of paper scraps that you've been saving and you don't know what to do with, well, I've got the perfect solution for you. I'm going to show you how you can turn those bits and pieces of paper into a beautiful tape that you can apply to your paper crafts. Start by grabbing some clear packing tape and sticking it to your table, sticky side up. Then roll it out and arrange your paper scraps on the tape. You can use any color, texture, or size of paper that you like, and you can arrange them in any pattern that appeals to you. You've arranged your paper scraps, press them down firmly onto that sticky tape. This is going to make sure that they're going to stay in place and not come loose. Now I'm going to get out my Mod Podge mat and put a thick layer on top of all of those paper scraps. You can use a matte or a gloss finish depending on how you want your tape to look. Once the Mod Podge is dry, you can cut around the edges to create a clean finished edge. Now you have a beautiful piece of decorative tape, and you can use it in so many different ways. You can use it as a background for a scrapbook page, you can cut it into shapes, you can use it in card making, or even use it to decorate a gift box or a bag. Don't toss out your paper scraps. Use clear packing tape and turn them into beautiful pieces of paper for your crafts. Get creative with colors and textures to make something stunning out of what you already have. I'm going to make a unique greeting card by gluing that clear packing tape onto some scrapbooking paper. This personalized touch will make your card stand out and is sure to be loved by whoever receives it. Now get ready for a fun and messy craft. Grab some shaving cream and acrylic paint for this project. First, you're going to find a container that's the same size as a sheet of paper and fill the bottom with shaving cream. And then mix up some acrylic paint in a dish using half water, half paint for each color. Stir really well until they're thoroughly mixed together, and then you're ready to create some marbled paper. There are endless possibilities with this marbling technique. Mix up different shades and colors to create unique designs that work for any season or project. And this is a great activity to do with kids. It's sure to keep everyone entertained. Now comes the fun part. Pour your watered down acrylic paint on top of the shaving cream and create a unique design by mixing and matching colors. There's no need to worry about creating a specific pattern because every piece of paper is going to turn out different. Use a skewer to gently blend the colors together, making sure not to overdo it as you want to preserve that pattern for when we add the paper. A fun fact about making marbled paper is this technique was first developed in ancient China, where it was used to decorate the edges of books. Gently lay your paper into the shaving cream mixture, pressing down to ensure that it's covered that whole piece of paper. And you can use any type of paper. I'm using computer paper. Once you've lifted the paper out, use a ruler to gently scrape away any excess shaving cream. Keep going until all the shaving cream is gone, and each piece of paper is going to have its own unique look. Now we're going to grab a magazine again and turn this into a unique envelope. Simply pick out a page that catches your eye, like these adorable orangutans, and cut it down to size. If there's any unwanted text or images at the top, simply trim it off. To add a finishing touch, you can use a corner punch to create a decorative edge, and then using some craft glue, fold and glue the edges together to create a simple and quick envelope. The best part, you can add a personalized note or a gift card to make it even more special. Now for the next DIY, we're going to head to the kitchen and we're going to grab some cling wrap or saran wrap and prepare to be amazed by this unique painting technique. With just a sheet of regular computer paper and some acrylic paint, you can blend these together to create a variety of colors and create stunning pieces of paper that you can craft with. This project is perfect for kids or grandkids, and they can experiment with mixing and blending different colors to their heart's content. While the initial results may seem a little bit messy, trust me, the final product is well worth the effort. Once you've dabbed your paper with a variety of colors, lay a piece of saran wrap over top and use your fingertips to gently rub the paint together, creating a beautiful blend of colors. Peel off the saran wrap and add more paint to continue until you're satisfied with the way the paper looks. If you're looking for a unique way to spice up your paper crafts, try repurposing clothing tags. After using the cling wrap painting technique to create beautiful paper, apply a layer of Mod Podge matte and allow it to dry completely. Next, take some of those saved clothing tags and add them to your paper. You can choose a spot where the colors and the textures complement each other and attach them to the tag with more Mod Podge. Before you know it, you've created a beautiful gift tag that can be used on presents or gifts, or even include in your junk journaling or mixed media projects. Now, if you're looking for a way to make ordinary paper look and feel like leather, I'm going to show you how to do that. With a few simple steps, you can create beautiful and unique texture that will add character to your paper and make it feel like faux leather. I have some instant coffee and I'm mixing it in with some warm water, and I'm just taking a sheet of regular computer paper, scrunching it up and gently dabbing that coffee mixture all over it until the paper is completely covered. I dried the paper with my heat gun, and then I put it through my printer and I printed off some vintage words. This is available in my Etsy store if you want to try this graphic. And then you're just going to take hand cream. That's right, just hand cream, and rub it all over the paper. Now, I used my laser jet printer. If you're using an inkjet, your ink will smear, so this technique might not work that great with that type of a printer. We're going to be very careful and squish up that paper again, working that hand cream into the paper. Now we're going to unwrap our coffee stained paper, taking care, handle it gently, and add more hand cream if you need to until it's evenly distributed. The result is a beautiful piece of faux leather paper that looks and feels like the real thing. And the best part, this technique is incredibly easy to do, and it requires only a few ingredients. I'm going to turn this sheet into a little booklet. tea and coffee staining paper. And today I'm going to show you a couple different ways that you can put a twist on that coffee and tea staining with just some things that you probably already have around the house. Steeping 7 or 8 tea bags in 4 cups of boiling hot water. Now, it can be a little bit acidic on your paper, so I always like to add just a little bit of baking soda just to neutralize it, so it will let your papers last longer. I put about a half a teaspoon into that 4 cups. And I let it steep for a couple hours, and now I'm just pouring it onto a pile of regular computer paper. I've put enough of that tea in to cover all of the papers and let everything soak all the way through, just kind of spreading it around, making sure I have everything covered. Now, if you want to kick your papers up a notch, I always like to take some instant coffee and just sprinkle it on the paper just here and there, and it gives it more of an antique look. Just letting it melt right into the paper. Once all that instant coffee has melted into that paper, you can lift that one sheet out carefully, you don't want to tear it, and set it aside and let it dry, and then go on to the next sheet and repeat that until you have them all set aside and letting them dry, spread out evenly. And if it's nice and sunny outside, it's always really nice to take it and let the sun do its work because they'll dry really quickly. I had a little bit of that tea solution left over in this baking pan, so I'm adding some instant coffee and I'm gonna mix it up really well, and then I'm gonna put it in a squirt bottle. You want this solution a little bit darker than the original solution that we used. Now, I always like to press my papers before I do the next step. I just get some parchment paper, iron over it without any steam, and then I go through my craft room and see whatever I can find to create neat patterns on coffee paper. The first thing that I'm going to use are these wooden discs that I found at the dollar store. I've laid them out where I want them on the paper, and I'm spritzing them with that darker solution that I put in the spray bottle, drying it with my heat gun, and you can see it creates circles all over your paper. So you've just given it that little bit of an extra depth that's great to use on your projects. I also had these wooden squares and this little plaque, and I'm spraying it with that solution again and then removing them and then going to dry it with the heat gun. It creates an amazing pattern on your paper. Now, this one's really cool. Went out to my garden and I just found some leaves off of a plant, and I'm just going to space it out on the paper where I want it. And again, we're going to spray that solution onto it, and this one turns out fantastic. Soak it really well and then just gently lift off those leaves, and look at the pattern that it leaves on the paper. I just love it. And it'll also soak through to the other side, so you can decide which one you like better when you're creating it. I just went out and found a great big maple leaf in my yard, and same thing, place it on the paper where we want it, squirt it with that solution, let it soak right in, and then take everything off. And look at this gorgeous leaf that's left on that paper. This is some shelf liner. Just laying it on that paper where I want it to have some pattern show through, squirt it with that squirt bottle, lift it up, and all those little holes are gonna show through in your paper. So I bet as you're watching all of this, your mind is going a mile a minute trying to think of all the things that you can try to create texture on paper. Elastic bands. Just put them all over the paper where you think they'll look kind of neat, and again, spray it with that coffee and tea solution. Of course, none of these are perfect. They're all going to turn out different every time that you do it, but it just perks it up from just having a plain piece of coffee stained paper. I like to decoupage with these papers. You can use it in your junk journaling, your scrapbooking, any mixed media projects. There's just so many ways that you can use this paper. I had this scrap piece of lace. I'm gonna see if I can get that to transfer some of the pattern onto the paper. Just lightly spraying it. You don't wanna soak it, or it will soak all the way through. This one you can see I put probably a little bit too much of the coffee spray on it. But I'm gonna try another one. I got another piece and I'm gonna spray it again lightly and see if I can get more of this pattern to show through. And yeah, this one turned out nice. You can see the lace pattern in it, and it just gives it a real Victorian paper look. I had these flower cutouts that I picked up at the dollar store. Place them on the paper wherever you want. Give it a squirt with that coffee and tea solution, and then just take off those cutouts and see what you're left. And see how pretty these are? They're really intricate, and you can see it soaked through all those little leaves on the flowers. And I had this one. Now what I did with these is I sprayed them and then used them as a stamp on the paper, and it created kind of that botanical leaf look on the paper. And you can also take a little dropper and just drop that solution here and there, and it just kind of gives that even really older antique look. This one was a stencil that I used. I just squirted it on the paper and pulled it away. Again, really cool pattern that it left on the paper. Buttons. Squirt the paper with the buttons on them and then take them off, and you're going to be left with all these little circles all over your paper. And leaves, and this one you can just kind of dab around the outside, so you can have the leaf pattern on the inside showing through, and then the coffee and tea stain around the outside. And this method looks really neat too. Now I took that shelf liner again and my sponge and just sponged all over that to see if I could get some texture to show through. That one probably didn't work. It just soaked through too much. I should have probably used a squirt bottle, but you just have to kind of try and do different things and see what works for you. I have a little dabber and I'm just kind of squirting it all over. This would be really neat if you were going to put an antique map or an old written words on a piece of paper. This will give it the real aged look. So I've created some really neat papers just with stuff that I had in my craft room or outside to create different patterns and textures on coffee and tea stained paper. I have all kinds of farmhouse theme graphics that I'm going to print on all of these. And then I have a junk journal that I'm working on that I'm going to put them all into. So I loaded up the paper into my LaserJet printer and I printed off some of my graphics on this coffee and tea stained paper. And I think it really looks fantastic on all of these graphics that I made. And any of these graphics are all available in my Etsy store if you want to grab some of these and try out this technique for yourself. Some things that you're going to need for this project are some toilet paper. I like to use some school glue. You can also use Mod Podge, and a little squirt bottle. I've just got some water in the squirt bottle and I'm just adding a little bit of glue. You don't need very much. I kind of just eyeball it, or you can use Mod Podge. It just helps keep all of the toilet paper together when we start doing our embossing technique. I have two techniques to create beautiful embossed paper, so make sure you stick through to the end. I'll show you the second process later on. The first one, I've got a stamp out of my stash and I've got a piece of toilet paper. I've laid it on top of that stamp, sprayed it with that solution, and I've got a stencil brush and I'm just pushing it into that stencil. You want to be really careful because you don't want to rip that toilet paper, but we want to work it into all the little nooks and grooves of the stamp. Now I'm going to just layer up my toilet paper. You can use anywhere between 4 and 8 sheets of toilet paper, depending on how thick and how many plies your toilet paper is. This toilet paper is 2 ply, so I'm going to apply 8 sheets of it. Take your time in between each sheet, spraying it really thoroughly and then pressing it right in. You want a nice compact pressed piece of toilet paper on that stamp. And I'm going to show you with another floral stamp that I have the same process. I have this beautiful big stamp of old antique writing. I'm going to show you how you can do it on this bigger stamp with more than one piece of toilet paper on it at once. Just kind of tear it up so it covers the whole stamp, and then go through and pat it all in with that stencil brush and make sure you get any air bubbles or any wrinkles out. Take your time, spray with that glue and water mixture in between each one, and I'm going to put the 8 sheets on that one as well. Now we have to let them set aside and I'm going to let them dry overnight. Now I'm going to show you the second technique. You're just going to stack up your pieces of toilet paper. I'm going to use 8 pieces, spraying in between. I don't own an embossing machine or I don't have any plates, but I still love the look of these in my projects. So this is a really affordable way to get this type of paper. Now, once I had those 8 stacks of toilet paper put together, I got out my stencils and I chose this stencil and I'm just using my rolling pin and rolling that stencil into that wet toilet paper, and it's embossing. It's pressing that pattern into the toilet paper. We're going to set it aside and let it dry completely. I find that it takes overnight to dry these. I love to go through my house and find things that will create texture on these pieces of toilet paper that we're turning into embossed paper. This is shelf liner and it has a beautiful grid pattern in it. And when you roll it into that toilet paper, look at the pattern. Now, some of these I have put ink on before, sepia ink and black ink. So when I'm introducing it into the water, it's transferring onto the toilet paper, but that's okay because you can always paint your projects after or ink them even more. These are great to incorporate into junk journaling, scrapbooking, mixed media projects. You can make greeting cards. So many possibilities with this, and you don't need to spend a lot of money on fancy machines to do it. I had this roller stamp that has beautiful little circles on it. It still had some ink on it from my latch project, so when I rolled it on, it transferred onto that toilet paper, but I like the look. It kind of gives it that aged vintage look. What about a potato masher? Gives a beautiful circle pattern on your paper. Now, I've seen other crafters use this same technique, but they didn't add glue or Mod Podge. And you can definitely try that, but I do have best results when I put a little bit of glue or a little bit of Mod Podge into that water. That way, when it dries all of the paper together and it doesn't like to pull off the layers. Got any fancy doilies? Look at how beautiful this is. Now here's a little twist. I love putting a little bit of food coloring in my water and glue mixture. Don't need very much, and you can spray it in between each layer of toilet paper, and then you're going to have a colored embossed piece of paper when you're all finished, and these are gorgeous. You can also just use stamps and stamp into your layers of toilet paper, pressing them down firmly so you can get a really good imprint, and then set it aside and let it dry overnight. I'm on a roll now. I'm looking through my house for anything that has texture. I had this vase. I rolled it into some. Look at this pattern. Beautiful also. A meat tenderizer. Pressing it into that 8 plies of toilet paper. Gorgeous. I had this roller stamp with a little bit of ink left on it from my last project, but look how it transferred. It's beautiful. Okay, now I'm going to show you all these embossed toilet paper pieces. It's 24 hours later, and I'm going to show you how they have all dried and what I'm going to do with them. This one is really beautiful and it's so crisp and clean. This is the one that I punched into the stamp, and I'm just trimming around the edges. It had a little bit of black ink from my last project, but that's okay. We can just ink the whole thing. Look how crisp this is. I'm going to cut around the flower, and because there's a little bit of glue incorporated into the toilet paper, it's all stuck together. It will not come apart. This is the large stamp of all the letters, and look at how it transferred. Beautiful. These are going to be wonderful in my junk journaling projects. I'm going to take some of my ink and just ink over those letters and words. Makes everything pop. Looks like an old vintage letter. And here is all of my papers that I stamped into or rolled, or things from around my house. So many possibilities. It's just something that you can experiment with. I have this tag punch and I love making tags with it. I'm going to use one of those textured embossed pieces of toilet paper and turn it into a tag. Just cut a little hole in the top, add a little bit of ribbon. These are beautiful to add to a gift, or you can add them in your junk journaling or your mixed media projects. And just having that texture in it It's beautiful. I love DIYing my own cards and envelopes. I have a full tutorial on how to make envelopes. I'll put the link down below in the description. You can check that out. But I'm taking one of my food color dyed embossed pieces of toilet paper and I'm going to add it to the front of this greeting card with some glue stick. And I love rounding the corners to finish off these cards and envelopes. Just kind of gives it a little bit of a finishing touch and it looks more professional. Great little punch. I'll put the link to that down below in the description. And we've created a beautiful greeting card to give to a friend. Coffee stain packing paper. I get a piece of computer paper and I just cut out some of the packing paper the exact same size as a computer paper, and then we're going to give it a real antique old looking paper with coffee. If you've never coffee stained paper, it's a really easy technique. I have quite a few tutorials on my page on how to achieve this look. So I'll just do a fast kind of demonstration today, but this is just instant coffee and we're just going to pat it on the paper, just kind of randomly let it splatter. You can also have a little toothbrush and you can splatter on with the toothbrush just to give real different effects. And you want to make sure you have the paper completely covered. And then we're going to set it aside, let it dry a little bit, and then we're going to put it in the oven and let it dry, and it gives it a real antique paper look. We have coffee stained a piece of packing paper and it looks old and vintage, and these are great to use on all kinds of different crafting projects. I have this glass bottle that I tinted a nice amber color. Full tutorial on how to achieve this look, really easy, but I want to put a label on it, a nice kind of antique looking label. I'm going to use this paper that I just made that I coffee stained to make a label for the bottle. I'm going to measure the size of the graphic that I want, and then I am going to put this paper through my printer and print right on it, and we'll have an antique looking label. I've printed out my graphic on the paper and I'm just going to cut it down to size, and then we're going to decoupage it on with my Mod Podge mat. Now, because we've cut this and the edges aren't discolored anymore, I'm just going to take my sponge that has that coffee and just kind of sponge it along. Oh, there's how much of a mess I make. Sponge it along and make it look more authentic. We're going to set that aside and just let it dry for a little bit. We're going to add the Mod Podge onto the back. And then we're going to put it on our bottle. This technique is fantastic at Halloween time to make potion bottles and spooky looking bottles, but I also like doing them in the farmhouse theme. So we're just going to take our bottle and just center it on and set it aside and let it dry. So we have a bottle that I picked up at the thrift store that I tinted, and then I added a fantastic label with packing paper, coffee dyed. I love the way that it looks. And the paper that's left over, I have this label cutter that I've had for forever, and it works perfect for cutting out really nice labels. I put a hole in the top, put some twine through it, and you have some fantastic little gift tags. And this one is seriously so easy, but it turns out so adorable. Cut a piece of packing paper, a little bit bigger than your glass jar. I've just taken some and kind of rolled it and twisted it so it fits around the jar, and some elastics. I'm just gonna take this and crunch it right up, make it nice and wrinkly. It also makes it easier to work with when you've got it crunched right up, because it kind of softens it a little bit. I'm gonna place the glass jar in the middle, get our elastics, and just gather it up all at the top. Take those elastics. And you might have to double up on it so it's nice and tight. And then we're going to trim off around the top. Got it all trimmed up around the top, and then we're just going to take our twisted piece and cover up that elastic and just glue it with a little bit of hot glue. I've added a faux plant in the middle. You can put some fresh flowers. This would make a fantastic gift. I added one of my homemade paper tags. I have a tutorial on how to make homemade paper. Really simple, really easy. You can check that out also. But how quick and easy is this to whip this up with some packing paper? Another way to use up some packing paper is to wrap up a bottle of wine for a gift. Another really simple way, but it looks so elegant when you're all finished. I printed off, smile, there's wine, and that's on that piece of paper that I coffee stained, and I put it through my printer and printed this. I just have a homemade tassel that I made, and I'm gonna add that on, and a piece of jute. Grab a bottle of wine for your next dinner party and wrap it up with some packing paper. I really love this. I think it turned out really beautiful, and I think anybody would love to have a bottle of wine wrapped like this. Of course, the next is just gift wrap. If you're a true upcycler, you're saving packing paper, you're saving old wrapping paper, and you're reusing it to do up other gifts. I just pressed this piece of packing paper so it's a little bit more flat, and it gave it a really nice wrinkled texture. I made this in a previous video. This is a lid off of a jar, and I made it into a happy birthday gift tag. We're gonna add that, and then I'm gonna tie it all together with a little bit of jute twine. I know this is a super simple idea and everybody already has obviously done it at some point, but it's always nice to see a different twist done on it. And I love my lid off my glass jar that I made into the happy birthday. Decoupage that on. Simple and easy. Also love using stencils on packing paper to put a little bit of a design on your wrapping paper. I've got these two little shelf sitters that I'm gonna wrap up, and I thought I would use this stencil. I am just going to just place it in the middle. I've already sized it out, so I know it's gonna fit those little blocks. And then I'm just gonna stencil that mandala onto this packing paper, and it'll make a really unique wrapping paper. A beautiful little package just with a stencil that takes that packing paper to the next level. And it's a cute little way to give a gift. For this packing paper upcycle, I've just got a glass jar that I've saved from the recycling bin, and I'm taking my packing paper and just twisting it into a long rope. And you want to twist it quite tight. It probably will unravel a little bit on you, but that's okay. So I'm going to twist this all up, and then we're going to put on some of our homemade Mod Podge. Okay, we got all kinds, all twisted up. Now we're gonna get messy. Homemade Mod Podge, I'm gonna add a little bit of acrylic paint, just a brown color, we're gonna tint that paper a little bit. I don't want too much because I just kind of want a beige color. We're just gonna mix it up really well. Now we're gonna put that paper in that Mod Podge. This is gonna get really messy, gonna get your hands dirty, but we just wanna coat it with a little bit of that glue so when it dries, it'll stay together. You don't have to completely soak it, and then as we're pulling it out, I'm gonna retwist it again so it'll go back into its shape. And after we have this all coated up, I'm gonna set it aside and we're gonna let it dry. Not dry completely, but enough that it's gonna hold its shape. We've got these all twisted up and they're almost dry, so they're a little bit stiff. They're really ugly right now, but Stay tuned because it's going to get really pretty. We are just going to hot glue this all around the whole glass jar until it's completely covered. I've got it all covered and it's all dry. It leaves such an amazing texture on this glass jar. We're gonna paint it now. I've got some acrylic paint and I have a little bit of that coffee solution left over from when I dyed the packing paper. We're gonna combo back and forth between the two until I get a color that I like. All finished. I hot glued a wooden bowl that I had in my stash on the bottom. I think it has real boho vibes. Put a faux plant in the top. Hard to believe this was made out of a great big bundle of packing paper. I'm now going to make a little booklet for me to keep notes and stuff in. I'm going to use this as my cover. I've just cut it and folded it in half, and I've pressed all of this paper so it's easier to work with. And then I've got 3 sheets that I folded in the middle, and I'm going to put them all together and cut them with my cutter so they're all the same size. Got them all trimmed up. I want to put a nice quote on the front of this, so I'm going to put this on a piece of computer paper and put it through my printer. I have everything all ready to put our little booklet together. These are all folded in half and pressed, and I printed on the front of the brown piece of paper. I designed this graphic. It's very suiting for me. Creativity is messy, and I am very creative. I'm just going to put this together and then just staple it. I love the way this turned out. This would be really cute to do with kids or grandkids. I'm going to keep it on my desk, put my little notes in it, and hard to believe that this was just a great big wad of packing paper. And I've made something really pretty. I love to decoupage with packing paper. I've made some homemade Mod Podge. I have a recipe. I'll put the link down below in the description for the full tutorial. And I'm gonna use a tin can. I'm just gonna take that packing paper and just let it soak up all that homemade Mod Podge. And then we're going to put it on our tin can. The decoupage on my tin can is all dry. It's got a really neat texture. I'm gonna now paint it with some latex paint. And there we have a tin can, decoupaged with packing paper. I sponged on a little bit of white paint on top of the base coat, put some beads on the bottom. Turned out fantastic. I'm gonna show you a simple, easy way to make bows that you can add to your gifts or scrapbooking. Really easy. I've just cut a piece of packing paper the same size as a piece of computer paper. I'm going to pick out a design and I'm going to print it on this piece. I found online a free printable book page, and that's what I've printed it off on that packing paper. And now I'm going to cut it into strips. The size of your strips doesn't matter. Bigger strips, you're gonna have a bigger bow. Smaller strips, smaller bow. I like to scrunch them up a little bit. Makes it easier to work with and kind of gives it that rustic look. I'm gonna be using my hot glue gun. You're gonna fold. There's 2 pieces the same size. We're gonna fold them in half, and then you're gonna fold into the middle. Put a little dot of hot glue to hold it. And then bring the other one in. And you're gonna do the same to the other one. Find the middle. Fold it into the middle with a little bit of hot glue. You don't need very much, just to tack it in place. And once you get the hang of these, you can make them with 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. It can be a lot of fun. And then we're going to lay them on top of each other. And then you're just gonna accordion fold. I do about 3 for this size, and then scrunch them together. And now you're just gonna fluff. You're just gonna fluff up each section of that bow. And then you're ready to put it on your gift. All made from recycled paper. And you can also, if you want, even add little tails on it. Lots of fun to play around with. I'm going to do this technique on a piece of packing paper. We get all kinds of packing paper from Amazon and just parcels that are being delivered. I hate throwing it out, so I always have a stash of it. You can also use a paper bag or even regular paper. You want to take your paper and scrunch it up really well. Really scrunch it, really wrinkle it as much as you can. Now you have to be a little bit gentle because we don't want to rip or tear it, but scrunch it in different directions until it really looks wrinkled. I've recently got really interested in junk journaling, so I'm always looking for different ways to create really fun paper to add to my journaling projects, and this is one that I'm excited to use. I'm going to cut this down to size so it's a little bit easier to manage when I show you the rest of the technique. And I'm just going to scrunch the ends that I just cut so they're nice and wrinkled also. I want the paper to have the color of leather. I've taken a little bit of instant coffee and warm water, mixed it up in this little dish, and I just have a sponge, and I'm just going to sponge that whole piece of paper. And if you don't want to use the coffee stain, you can always use tea, or you can use a really watered down acrylic paint and just choose colors that you think kind of mimic the look of leather, and you'll get a really nice result. I let the coffee stain completely dry. Now I have some pigment ink on a pad, and I'm just going to just lightly rub it on top of that paper now. And wherever there's a wrinkle, that ink is going to pick up on that wrinkle, and it's going to accentuate it and make it look like leather. We're getting there. This is just ink that you use for stamping. You can find it at any craft store. I let the ink dry, and now we're scrunching it up. Just being careful, you don't want to rip or tear it, but we just want to re-wrinkle it. We're going to flatten it completely out again, and then we're going to go over it again with that pigment ink, and it's going to pick up on some other wrinkles after we scrunched it up again. There's something about old vintage leather that's worn and well used that I absolutely love and I'm really drawn to. So when I create this paper, it just makes me have that feeling of that type of leather. Okay, we've got the paper all prepped. Now we're ready for the secret ingredient. Grab some hand cream. Doesn't matter what kind, as long as it's not colored. You want something that's going to be white or clear, and just rub it into your paper. Rub it in really well into all those little wrinkles and all those nooks and crannies. And this will also work with hair conditioner. It works the same as it does on your hair or your hands or your skin. It's softening the fibers in that paper and making it have that leather feel. Just as conditioner does or hand cream does, this is working the same way. Now I'm just going to really carefully just scrunch that paper together and get all that hand cream absorbed right into that paper. You got to be really careful because you don't want to rip it or tear it now that we've gotten to this point. Another benefit to this DIY is you're also moisturizing your hands while you're making it. We're going to flatten it right out, and then we're going to set it aside and let it dry and soak right into the paper. And here's the end result. We've taken packing paper, and with a few steps, we have transformed this into a piece of faux looking leather, which I'm really excited to use in my DIY projects. This is a really easy DIY. You don't need any special tools, any jigs to do it. I've kind of rigged up stuff that you probably already have in your own home to make your own paper. And you can use any kind of paper. If you've got bills that you've got in the mail, you can shred those up. If you've got scrap pieces of scrapbooking paper that you don't know what to do with, you can make that into new paper. any kind of paper, throw it all together and try this technique. The first thing that we want to do with this is I want to cut it into little pieces about this big. So I'm going to roll it up and start cutting it. I've got a bunch of paper just cut up into little pieces. It doesn't have to be uniform. Just you want small pieces that's going to blend up properly. I want to add a little bit of a contrasting color. I had this little piece of scrapbooking paper, so I'm just going to cut it up into little squares and add it into this. Okay, we're all ready. Now, other tutorials that I saw, they were using blenders, the full-size blenders. I don't have one, so I was trying to think, what can I use instead of a blender? And I have a smoothie maker, and I think it's gonna work perfect. So this is what we're gonna use instead of the blender. And we're going to just put in just maybe quarter ways up, fill it with the little bits of paper. We'll save the rest for another batch. You don't want to put too much in because you don't want to clog up this, so it burns it out. So you want to then put in water until all of your paper is completely covered, and then a couple inches more, and we're going to let it sit for 5 or 10 minutes. We have been about 5 minutes. I'm going to blend it up now. The first time that I made paper, I was trying to figure out how I was going to strain off the paper. I didn't have any frames with screen. I didn't want to go out and buy anything. I just wanted to see if I had something in my own house that I could use. I remembered I had this for grease splatters. I picked it up at the dollar store and it worked perfect. So I've got this and I've got a dish to catch the drips in, and we're going to pour our paper, watered down paper, onto this screen. And you just want to pour it right onto the screen, kind of making it in the shape of a paper. You can use your fingers after. And let all the water just drain through. We're going to leave this for a few minutes. As the water's dripping through, I had this little pastry scraper, and I just am using it just to form a rectangle or a square, whatever shape you want your little paper to be. And as it drains, you can form it even easier. And that's looking pretty good. We're gonna let it sit again for a few more minutes. It's been about 5 minutes dripping through, and now I've got a sponge, and I'm just going to take the sponge and just squeeze into that paper and get some more water out of it. And if it pulls up a little bit, you can just get your scraper and reshape it. You want to be really gentle though. And as you get more water out of it, you can press down firmer and the water will squeeze right into the dish below. We have all kinds of the water squeezed out of it, and you can see a little bit of that fleck of that brown scrapbooking paper. You can see how by using all different colors, you can get some really fantastic looking papers. We're gonna transfer this now over to a piece of t-shirt rag. This is just an old t-shirt rag that I had. I'm going to just take your screen, flip it over, give it a tap, and the paper will go right on to that t-shirt. You might have to help it a little bit with your fingers. There we go. Kind of ripped in the one little corner. And I'm not a professional at this. I'm still just learning and having fun. That's what this is all about. We're gonna fold that over, press some more water out of it. You'll be surprised how much water is actually in this. Pull that off. And we're gonna set this aside now and let it dry overnight. We're gonna make another piece now. I've got some left over, but I wanna add a different color into this one. Got this pretty scrapbooking paper with some blues and pinks in it. We're gonna cut them into the little squares and add into this, and make sure we'll put a little bit of more water in it also. If you have some screen, if you have something that you can jig up to make this, and that's fantastic. I was just trying to find stuff around my house that I could make it without having to buy anything new. The next batch is all ready. We're gonna pour it on. And you can make this as big as you want or as little as you want. It's all about just having fun. Now this one, I didn't mix quite as much, so I have a little bit bigger chunks of paper in it. So you have a little bit more chunks of color also. I'm gonna add a bit more. I think I'm gonna make this piece a little bit bigger. We're gonna form it a little bit with the scraper. And then we're gonna let all the water drip out. Make sure that I've got the paper all a uniform depth. I'm just taking the scraper and just kind of patting it down all the way across, and it kind of flattens it out a lot better. You can also go the other way. Once we use the sponge, it will smooth out all of these lines. And you kind of just have to get the feel of how thick you want it for your paper. You can do any thickness, or you just don't want to make it too thin because it'll tear really easy. There, we're just going to let that sit and drain a little bit more. It's draining really well. We're going to get the sponge. First time, just do it really lightly. Press some of that water out and let the sponge soak some of that water up. Just be really careful. We don't want to tear the paper. And each time you go around, you can press a little bit further. Now I'm pressing down quite hard to get a lot of that water out. And we're ready to transfer it onto that piece of old t-shirt. Perfect. We've got it flipped over on that little piece of t-shirt. We're going to flip it over, press it out even more, and then set it aside and let it dry. I've got another batch ready. This is just some of that packing paper and some of that brown scrapbooking paper. I want to make it look a little bit more like an antique paper. I'm going to use some of my gel food coloring. You can tint your paper. I'm just going to use a little dab. Don't need very much. Just mix it in and you can see how the water is changing color already, and it's going to tint that paper. And then blend it up and do it just the way that you did the other types. For this one, I added a floral napkin, and look at the colors in this one. So many possibilities. I think I'm going to be making paper all night. After I put the piece of paper on the t-shirt and got all the water out, I set it aside for about a half an hour, and now I've put it on a towel and I've got a rolling pin, and I like just to take the rolling pin and just roll it right along that paper. It just gets out that, you can see how much water is still in that. Just gets rid of that extra little bit of water. Now these are ready to sit until tomorrow. It's the next day and all my paper is dry, and they all turned out so fantastic. I love mixing up different colored paper, and it gives it all kinds of different textures, some food coloring. This would be great for Easter or for St. Patrick's Day. The only one that didn't really turn out was this one. I think it kind of looks like a piece of bologna, but I'll use it for something. I have this tag cutter that I've had for ages. Works perfect. I am going to cut a lot of my homemade paper into little gift tags. The first thing that I want to do though is I want to press it and make it a little bit flat. So I've just got a pad. I'm going to use some parchment paper, and I'm going to use my Cricut press, heat press. You can use a regular iron to do that. And I'm just going to press all of the paper so it's just nice and flat. That worked perfect. And I just punched out a tag, turned out perfect. I love the texture in this homemade paper. And this is so fun when you can just make this out of packing paper that was going to get thrown in the garbage. I'm gonna cut a bunch more of these into tags. All cut out into tags. I'm gonna just kind of take the scissors and just clean them up a little bit. I love the way that they turned out. I'm gonna hang a little bit of jute twine from the top of these. They'll make fantastic little gift tags. And with the paper that I had left over after I cut them out, I'm gonna set this aside. You can use this for any of your crafting projects, some altered art, or you can just blend it back up again and make more paper. I got my 3-hole punch and I just punched a hole in the middle to put the jute through. I just pushed it in that middle. Works perfect. If you appreciate a good DIY project, you need to subscribe to Skillshare. If you've ever had any questions or just want to learn more about crafting, then Skillshare is the place for you. Skillshare is an online video-based platform where you can learn anything from photography to calligraphy. And the difference between Skillshare and YouTube and why I like it so much is it focuses on interaction, much like being in the real-life classroom. The instructor lays out all the steps and information in a way that's easy to comprehend. It's also ad-free. You can stay in the zone while exploring new skills. With new classes being launched every week, there's always something to discover. I just finished taking May Babcock's papermaking class for beginners. It was so amazing. A lot of the techniques I used in this papermaking video, I learned in May's class. For less than $10 a month, you can learn a new skill. And if you click in the link in my description, the first 1,000 people will get to try Skillshare for 1 month free. So try it out and let me know what you think. I've got these all made into tags. They turned out adorable. Even my bologna one, which actually when I put the twine on it, is not too bad. I stamped some of them. You can stamp them, you can handwrite on them. They're also fantastic if you're an Etsy seller. You can put these on your item that you've sold on Etsy and tuck it in your package. Try it out. It's so much fun, so many different combinations of colors that you can do and just play around with it. And you don't need anything fancy to make it. And that's what I like about it. Now I've tested a lot of different ways to make glassine paper, and I found this method works the best for me, and it's with spray polyacrylic sealer. I've just taken this out to my shed. I'm using some tracing paper first, and I'm spraying it with that polyacrylic spray, and you can see it, you can start to see through it a bit. It's giving it that glassine paper look. We're going to set it outside. We're going to let it dry, and this is how the tracing paper turned out. Now we're going to do some tissue paper. The tissue paper is a lot thinner than the tracing paper, so I have a lot of good vibes about this one. And I'm spraying it with that polyacrylic sealer. We're going to let it dry, flip it over, and spray it again. I'm just holding it with my pliers so it doesn't fly away. And I can see already how it's becoming a clear glassine piece of paper. It's fantastic. And this is just tissue paper from the dollar store. Now next we're going to do just a plain piece of computer paper that I've actually made thinner with some packing tape. and we're going to put it on that piece of cardboard, give it a spray, let it dry, flip it over, and it has worked pretty good, but it's still not as good as a tissue paper. Did you know I have an Our Upcycled Life Graphic Club on Patreon? And if you'd like to know more, get ready for weekly graphic goodness straight to your inbox every Friday night. I love designing graphics to craft with, and all of these are my originals created by me. So join us over there to snag over 20 graphics a month for just 35 cents a piece. That's a steal compared to the $2.50 Etsy price. So let's craft affordably together without breaking the bank. Click the link down below in the description to learn more and join our creative community over there. I can't wait to have you on board. Next, I'm going to show you on a sewing pattern. This is a sewing pattern I picked up at the thrift store. It was missing pieces and I incorporated it into my junk journaling. But I wanted to make this look like glassine paper. So again, sprayed it, let it dry, flipped it over, and then sprayed the other side. This worked really fantastic, just as good as that tissue paper. And I also like the look of the pattern on it. I think it's really unique. I'm going to show you a bunch of different other papers. This is just a page out of the book, and I'm spraying it, letting it dry, flipping it over. It didn't really work all that great, but it did give it a really cool appearance to add to a junk journal. And here's some other papers that I used, some packing paper. Again, it looks really cool, but it doesn't look like that glassine paper, a piece of computer paper. The napkin, now if I had have gotten a napkin that didn't have such a dark pattern, it probably would have worked okay. The gift wrap paper didn't really work, some scrapbooking paper. So I think at the end of the day, my favorite papers to use to create the glassine paper is tissue paper, number one. Number two is that sewing pattern paper. And number three is the tracing paper. So this is tracing paper right here that I actually printed on with my laser printer. Now you can see when I'm putting that sewing pattern up against a picture underneath, you can see there's the tissue paper underneath. It's a really great alternative for store-bought glassine paper, which can be really expensive. Instead of doing a voiceover for this video, I've decided to let you enjoy it visually. I'm a visual learner and I find it helpful to watch a project being done and then recreate it myself without having any talking in the background. In this video, I'm going to be creating some simple and fun paper crafts that you can easily do with your scrap paper. I'll be playing some enjoyable music as you watch and learn, and these crafts can be done in an afternoon, making them perfect for kids to join in on with all of this fun. Plus, many of these crafts would make excellent gifts, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the creativity. have a habit of collecting every scrap paper that comes my way. Over time, I accumulate enough scraps to either make homemade paper or embark on a new project. This time, I decided to use my collection of paper scraps to create something beautiful and useful. By repurposing these scraps, I've not only prevented them from ending up in the garbage, but I've also gave them a new purpose. After tearing up all of my scrap paper into small pieces, I pour boiling water over them to break down the paper fibers and make it easier to create flower paper. I let the mixture sit overnight, allowing the water to fully soak and break down that paper. This ensures that the final product is going to be able to hold well together. It's now the following day, and I have a trusty blender that I found at Value Village in my craft room. I use it exclusively only for my crafting projects. After placing some of the soaked paper into the blender, I add enough water to ensure that the mixture is going to blend really well. Then I blend everything together until it reaches a smooth pulp consistency. It's important to ensure that there are no lumps or pieces of paper left after blending, and that it's perfectly smooth. Once the paper has been blended to a smooth pulp, it's important to strain out as much water as possible. To do this, I place the pulp in a strainer and set a bowl underneath to collect all the extra water. I'm going to continue blending until all the paper has been transformed into a pulp, adding necessary water along the way to ensure that it's going to blend properly. Now that I've blended all of the paper into a pulp and poured it into a strainer, it's time to start removing as much water as possible. I'm carefully squeezing that pulp and letting the water drain into the bowl underneath, emptying it as necessary. This is a really important step. We want to get as much water taken out of that pulp as we can. If you're finding this crafting project to be enjoyable, I would greatly appreciate your support by taking a moment to hit the like button. Your support goes a long way in helping me continue to create content like this, and I'm really grateful for all of your support. After squeezing as much water out of the pulp as possible, I take my hands and give it a final squeeze over the strainer to remove any remaining water. At this point, the pulp should be crumbly and fall apart easily. This is a good indication that the excess water has been removed and the pulp is ready to go on to the next step. Last summer, as the flower season drew to a close, I collected and dried a variety of petals and flowers to use in DIY projects during the winter. Today I'm taking a handful of these dried petals and flowers and I'm going to crumble them up and gently spread them over the top of that pulp mixture. Adding the dried petals and flowers will make the flower paper look nicer and more colorful. It's an easy way to make that finished product more interesting and beautiful. Next, I'm adding some seeds to the mixture. I got these seeds from the hardware store and I'm just sprinkling them on top of the pulp. It's hard to say how much to add, so I'm just doing it by eye, trying to distribute them evenly. Once I have them sprinkled on, I'm ready to mix everything together. Now it's time to shape the paper mixture. The easiest shape to make are small balls or circles. Simply mold the mixture in your hands until it looks smooth and neat. This is a wonderful activity to do with kids. It allows them to create their own unique shapes while also teaching them about sustainable crafting and the value of repurposing materials for gift giving. Using cookie cutters is a fun way to create shapes. I found a flower-shaped cutter that works well. You don't want a cutter that's too intricate because it can be difficult to remove that paper mixture, but press the paper firmly into the cutter and then carefully remove it. Place that shape on a sheet of wax paper and let it dry. I think these would make excellent Mother's Day gifts or birthday gifts. Simply place them in a jar with a lid and add a nice ribbon and a tag, or as you'll see later in the video, try the idea I have, which I think you're really going to enjoy. If you're running out of time and need some last-minute gift ideas, this could be the perfect solution. This cookie cutter has more detailed edges, which made it more difficult to remove the paper. So just experiment with different things that you have around your home that you could turn into shapes with this paper and have fun with it. I've got all of my pulp shaped the way that I want them, and I place them on a sheet of wax paper to dry overnight. Just remember, thicker ones will take longer to dry, so keep them thin if you're in a rush. I really love the little dried flowers and petals that I added to these. Trying to think of how I can make them look even more special as a gift. I decided to repurpose a clothing tag that I'd saved and turn it into a really beautiful gift tag. To create the tag, I printed out the graphic and carefully sealed it with some Mod Podge to ensure the ink is going to stay put. Once it dries, I'm going to cut out the graphic and attach it to the front of the tag using another layer of Mod Podge. This is not only going to protect the graphic, but it's also going to give it some texture and finish to the tag. And don't worry, if you like this graphic and you want to use it on your own projects, it is available in my Etsy store and it's downloadable and printable, and you can do this project yourself at home. With my gift tag all done, I'm now ready to pull this all together, and I'm going to use one of my homemade beeswax wraps to create a simple envelope. I'll place in a couple of those seed flowers, and then I'm going to seal up that envelope, and that's it. If you're curious about how I made beeswax wraps, check out the easy video tutorial that I'll link below. Today we're making a homemade decal and frame for homemade paper. I've picked up 2 canvases from the dollar store. The size of canvas that you buy will determine the end result of your paper that you're making. These are 8 by 10, and I'm just taking off the canvas, removing the staples from both of those canvases. Now, I didn't have any screen out of an old window, but if you did, that would work perfect. I picked up this screen from Amazon. I'm just using my staple gun to attach that screen really firmly to that wooden frame. Creating your own decal and paper making frame can be cost effective and an alternative to purchasing a new one, as it can sometimes be really pricey. Make sure to stretch the screen tightly and secure it firmly with the staples onto that wooden frame. Then it's going to create a smooth surface when we're making paper. Afterwards, neatly trim off all the excess screen to give it a nice and clean look, and we're ready to make paper. As you can see, the frame without the canvas now fits snugly on top of that screen frame, and this is going to determine the size of the paper that we're making. I make a point to save every bit and piece of paper that I don't use, and it's amazing how quickly all these little scraps can accumulate. I gather all of my scrap paper into a big bowl and I pour hot water over top of them. Then I let the mixture steep overnight, allowing that paper to break down and soften. This step is really important because we want to make sure that that paper is fully broken down without any lumps when we blend it into a pulp. After letting the paper soak overnight, I transfer it into a small blender that I picked up at the thrift store, and I only use it in my craft room. I put the paper in and then I add water until it's almost full, and then blend it until it reaches a smooth consistency. Next, I pour the pulp into a strainer, allowing the excess water to drain out into another large bowl. This step helps separate the pulp from the water, preparing it for the next stage of paper making. While the paper is draining into a larger bowl, I gently squeeze out the excess water, and once most of the water is removed, I transfer that pulp into another bowl, ready to make more batches until all my paper scraps are used up. I can also reuse the water drained from the previous batch by adding it into the blender and finishing up all of my paper scraps. Transformed all my paper scraps into pulp and carefully drained out most of the water. Now I'm ready to take the next step, and I have a large container filled halfway with water, and I'm going to add 2 handfuls of the pulp into it. I'm going to swirl it around really well, ensuring that all that pulp is mixed into that water, and the end result should be a texture that looks something like this. Now we're ready to use our homemade frame and decal. We're going to carefully lower it into the water, swooshing it back and forth to evenly distribute that paper pulp. Then we're going to gently lift it up, allowing the water to drain away. It may take some practice to get the right amount of paper pulp on your frame and decal, but after a little bit of practice, you're going to get consistent results. I'll let it sit for a minute and just let the water drip off. And then I'm going to take these pieces of cotton. These are actually a bed sheet that I got from the thrift store, and I cut them a little bit larger than my frame. I'm going to lay it down on the table, and then I'm going to place my paper frame paper side down on top of the fabric. Using a sponge, I'm going to carefully remove any of that excess water, and we can squeeze it into our bowl where our pulp is. Now comes the fun part. I have some dried flower petals that I saved from Valentine's Day. I'll crumple them up in my hand and sprinkle them onto the pulp, swirling them around evenly to distribute them. This way the paper will have a lovely fleck of those rose petals in it. You can also add little bits of string, bits of leaves, or other types of flowers, or little tiny pieces of paper, or coffee grinds, or tea leaves. Just get creative, and this is going to make unique and beautiful paper. You can also experiment with natural dyes such as beet juice, spinach, turmeric to add vibrant colors to your homemade paper. This allows you to customize your paper to suit any type of project, and it gives it a one-of-a-kind piece of paper with a personal touch. I'm making multiple sheets of paper with the pulp that I created, and I'm going to layer them on top of each other on a towel I've laid out on the floor. Now, once all of these sheets are done, I'm going to spread them out in my craft room here to dry overnight. You can also hang them in a clothesline in the sun, and they'll dry really quickly, or if you have a drying rack, that would be excellent. After 24 hours, your homemade paper should be dry and ready to use. Simply peel it off that cotton sheet, and you'll have transformed scrap paper that might have ended up in the garbage into a beautiful piece of homemade paper. It's rewarding, it's eco-friendly, and it's a way to repurpose that waste and create something unique and sustainable. I hope you enjoyed today's video on how to create your own frame and decal and make homemade paper from scraps. All about transferring onto tissue paper. I picked this tissue paper up at the dollar store, and I'm also going to use these CD labels. What we're looking for is that shiny paper underneath. I use this a lot in my transfer videos, and this works perfect for this project. Because we're peeling the labels off of this paper, I like to run it through my printer and print on it, and then we can add that to our mixed media projects, junk journaling, paper crafts, cards, so many possibilities. So we're just going to peel these stickers off, and then we're going to use that shiny sheet of paper underneath for our transfer technique onto tissue paper. I always find these labels at the thrift store if you go to the stationery section, but you can also find it on Amazon or your local stationery store. Now we want to load that paper into our laser printer, making sure you're putting it in so it's going to print on the shiny side. You can experiment with an inkjet printer, but I find that the ink smears really easy and it's kind of difficult to get a good transfer. That being said, give it a try, but it does work best with a laser printer. And we've printed off our graphic on that shiny side of that label paper. I love this graphic. It's available in my Etsy store. It's ephemera that's perfect for junk journaling, mixed media to turn into cards, so many possibilities. You want to make sure that you're not touching that toner because it will rub off easy, so just be really careful when you're handling it. I've cut a piece of tissue paper just a tiny bit bigger than that label sheet, and we're going to be really careful and gently press it down on that label sheet. We're going to be using our Mod Podge mat. I'm going to put a little bit in a dish. I got a big clump here. That's the one thing about Mod Podge. It sometimes likes to clump up a little bit. And I'm going to add some water to it. Also, you can see I already had a little bit of water in that dish, just enough to maybe a 50-50 mixture. So when we're spreading it, it's going to spread easier. And we're going to take a brush and rub that water and Mod Podge all over that piece of tissue paper. I like to start from the middle and work my way out because it kind of prevents any air bubbles or wrinkles. Although the wrinkles don't really matter, it kind of gives it character, but it just helps it go on smoother. You also want to use a very gentle hand because you can rip or tear the tissue paper really easy. Don't have any tissue paper in your stash? Use 1 ply of a napkin, or you can also try using some toilet paper or paper towel. Just experiment with this technique because there's so many possibilities, but my favorite is to use tissue paper. I love experimenting with different transfer techniques, and I have a huge video with every transfer technique that I've ever tried all put together in one. I'll put the link to that down below in the description, or you can click it up here in the corner. I'll also put a QR code if you want to scan that, because it's such a great resource for all of your DIY projects that you can try all of these different transfer techniques. This one right here is right up in one of my top 5 transfer technique methods. If you do find that you rip a little bit of your tissue paper, don't fret, because it does get really fragile when you're adding that Mod Podge and water to it. Just rip a little piece off, add it to that area, dab it so the Mod Podge soaks through, and you're fine. If you want to speed along the drying process, you can use a heat gun, but if you don't have a heat gun, don't worry, you can just set it aside and let it dry completely. I'm going to do another sheet. This is another ephemera graphic that I have available in my Etsy store that's lots of fun to craft with. We're going to add just a little bit of brown acrylic paint to that Mod Podge and water mixture and stir it really well until it's completely incorporated. And we're going to do the same process as we did with the first one. I've cut out a piece of tissue paper a little bit bigger than that label sheet, and we're going to start brushing on from the middle, working out with the Mod Podge, acrylic paint, and water mixture. Okay, now our first sheet is completely dry. This is a crucial step. You have to make sure it's completely dry, and then you just peel that tissue paper away from that label sheet and you have a transfer that's happening on the tissue paper. This isn't a perfect transfer. You're going to have little bits and pieces that aren't going to attach onto that tissue paper, but I love it because I think it gives it that distressed look. And this is so satisfying to peel this away and see that image end up on that tissue paper. I have a lot of people ask me if you can reuse that carrier sheet, and I do find if you use a little bit of rubbing alcohol and take off any ink that was left on it, you sometimes can use it 2 or 3 times again. But isn't this transfer fabulous? You can see my hand through it, so anything that you're putting underneath it is going to show through. I've got some homemade paper that I'm showing you what it looks like. This is a piece of faux homemade paper that I used, and see how you can kind of see it through. It's perfect for adding to junk journals. I also like to use these on glass jars because if you don't want to paint your glass jar, you can put this transfer on it and you can put a candle in your glass jar and it'll sparkle through and it looks beautiful. I'm going to show you how to do that right now. I'm going to cut out this frame portion of this transfer, and of course you can keep all these little pieces that you cut off and add them to your mixed media projects. Just tuck them away. Don't throw them out. And I'm just taking a pair of sharp scissors and cutting away this frame, and we're going to add it to a glass jar. I've cleaned my glass jar really well, wiped it down with some rubbing alcohol, and now we're going to add this transfer onto it. I'm going to use my Mod Podge mat I'm going to put some on the back of it and then just add it to the glass jar. You will find with this technique that one side is going to be shiny and the other side is going to be matte. So you can decide what side you want to show on your project and flip it over either way. But the Mod Podge as a glue works really well to adhere it to your projects. If you have one of your own photos, you can print that on the label sheet and then do this technique, and you can transfer one of your family photos onto a glass jar, and they make really great gifts. The second sheet is completely dry, and again, you have to make sure you let it dry completely. This one transferred fantastic. And again, it's so satisfying to peel this away and see the image transfer onto that tissue paper. I love inspiration. So what would you use this image transfer for? Let me know down in the comments and we can share some ideas together down there. And you can see that this has like a sepia look to it when we added that brown acrylic paint into the Mod Podge and water. I made some homemade paper recently, so I took that first image and I added it to a little greeting card, and I also made my own envelope and then just cut out some of the portions of that transfer and added them to the envelope. And here's a little candle lit in that glass jar, and you can see how it sparkles through that image. It's just beautiful. And here's without a candle that you can fill with maybe some treats, or so many possibilities with this technique. Give it a try. Let me know what you think. If you're a DIY enthusiast, you'll love the fun of incorporating coffee stain paper into your projects. There are countless unique and creative ways to make it, and it's not only enjoyable, but it's a fantastic activity to do with your kids or your grandkids. So get ready to create some fun coffee stained paper that might have a little bit of an unusual twist to it. For this project, all you need is some instant coffee and warm water. Mix them well to create your stain, adjusting the amount of coffee to the desired darkness. Here's a fantastic way to create unique papers. Use a straw, drizzle the coffee onto your paper, and then gently blow it along with the straw. Watch as it adds character and charm to your paper, and this is such a simple and easy process. To add another twist to it and make colorful paper, simply mix food coloring with warm water and blow with the same process. It yields a fantastic and fabulous result. Enjoy experimenting with this and you will just love the outcome of your papers. Here's another fun way to use coffee to stain paper. Grab some lids or some tin cans, anything with a circular shape, dip it into the coffee, press it down on your page, and it's going to create beautiful circle embellishments. These papers are perfect for junk journaling, mixed media, envelopes, or to create your own DIY greeting cards. The possibilities are endless, and these techniques add such a unique twist to your creations. You can also have fun doing this technique using cookie cutters, or I've even used a potato masher. Each page turns out unique, and it's so enjoyable. Another way to add a twist to coffee staining is using a sponge and some salt. Dip the sponge into the coffee mixture, cover the entire page. Once it's fully covered, grab some salt. I'm using some Himalayan salt, but you can use any type. Sprinkle it over the wet coffee. Set it aside, let it dry completely, and once it's dry, wipe off that salt, and it reveals a fantastic pattern on your paper. Now, grab some string, anything that you have on hand, whether it's embroidery floss, thread, or even twine. Soak it in that coffee mixture and then cut it into small pieces and simply add it to the paper and let it soak in. Don't fuss too much with it, just lay it on top. That coffee stain from the string is going to seep into the paper and it's going to leave a wonderful impression. I I absolutely love this technique, and make sure you watch to the end to see what I create with these coffee stain papers. I transform them into lots of various DIY projects that I'm sure is going to give you lots of inspiration. For the next method, wet the paper again using a sponge. Now lay down some crinkled and wrinkled saran wrap on top. Set it aside and let it dry completely. This technique creates a wonderful pattern on the paper resembling like an old vintage antique map. I also think it would make a beautiful journal cover. Another fun and unique coffee staining technique is to wet the entire paper again with that coffee stain. I'm just using regular computer paper too. You can mix up and use any type of paper. And then I'm going to sprinkle some instant coffee on top of that wet surface. As it melts, it's going to create a stunning pattern on the paper, and once it's dried, you're going to be amazed by the gorgeous results. And this technique never fails to impress, and I absolutely love it. Here's a super fun activity to do with kids. Just mix in some liquid dish soap into your coffee mixture, creating a bubbly solution. Stir it really well, and then grab a straw and blow bubbles into the mixture. Carefully place the bubbles onto the paper, and it's going to create this wonderful circular impression. It looks fantastic, and kids are going to have a blast doing this. Remember to lay down a plastic tablecloth to keep things tidy so you don't make a mess. And you can also do this with food coloring, and it'll create colorful papers. Here's an easy one that you might not have even considered. Grab a paintbrush, dip it into that coffee mixture, paint on your paper. Getting creative with different designs like circles, herringbones, zigzags. Let your imagination run wild. These painted papers will be perfect for all of your DIY projects. There are other options that you can explore also. Try using food coloring and water like I mentioned before, or experiment with some soaked tea bags. Or another idea is to water down your acrylic paint and apply it to your papers. The key is to utilize materials you already have in your craft room, so you don't need to go out and purchase anything new. It's a breeze to create beautiful effects with this technique. Just drizzle your coffee mixture, roll the paper around, let the coffee flow freely. Use your heat gun to dry it, and it's going to create this really beautiful streaking effect that's really going to add charm to your paper. Now here's a recap of all of the papers that we made creating different designs. The first one is using a straw, using your lids, and then the salt technique, which I absolutely love, just using some yarn or some string, drizzling that instant coffee right into the wet paper. Bubble paper is absolutely fantastic. Get out your paintbrush and just paint on your paper, or just let it roll around, and then the saran wrap one. Some of that paper I turned into hang tags. It's going to be perfect to add in a gift or on your junk journaling. I turned a bunch of the papers into a little journal. These are so easy to create, and I just stapled the papers together, added some embellishments. I made a tiny little envelope that we can put a little note in or add a little bit of money. And I stamped on this paper because I thought it looked like an old handwritten letter. And you can also just print on them. I've printed these graphics. They're in my Etsy store, and they make beautiful papers to incorporate into your junk journaling. Okay, so here's what you need to do this project. You're gonna need some shaving cream. I just got some cheap stuff from the dollar store. Any kind of acrylic paint, any colors, mix and match whatever you like. Some paper and some little dishes. I've got a mixture of water and acrylic paint. I did 2 parts water to 1 part acrylic paint and mix them well, really together really well. You want to have a dish the same size as your computer paper so you can put the paper right into the dish flat. I'm filling it all up with shaving cream. It's probably about 1 inch deep. And then I'm going to take my watered down acrylic paint and just kind of pour it randomly all over that shaving cream, because that's what's going to create this different texture on your paper. Get creative, pour as many colors as you want, swirl them all together. Each piece of paper is going to be uniquely different. So you're just going to press the paper right into that acrylic paint and shaving cream. And I think this one I actually maybe left in a little bit too long. It made the paper a little bit soggy, because when I pulled it out and went to scrape off the shaving cream, it tore the paper a little bit. So as you'll see as we go along, the next paper I didn't leave in quite as long, but you can see the beautiful colors that this makes on the paper. And I'm just taking a ruler, very gently, just scrape it along that paper and remove the shaving cream. And then you can go back. As you can see here, I got a little skewer. I'm just mixing up those colors, making kind of a really fun pattern, putting a piece of paper in, pulling it out. You're going to take your ruler again, scrape that shaving cream off, and I'm just going to work away and do a few more sheets, add different colors as we go, and I'll show you the outcome on how beautiful they are. Now the first colors that I used had kind of mixed into the shaving cream, so I just added this orange and green and gold color on top of that, swirled it around, and we're going to get now another completely different color on this paper, and this one is beautiful. So you just kind of fool around with your favorite colors, and when you're finished all of these, you can use them for your scrapbooking, your mixed media art. You can see what I'm going to do with them in the end. I'm going to make them into signs with some graphics on them. The possibilities are endless when you make some of this beautiful paper. Now it is a little bit messy. I had some paper towel handy so I could wipe it up. I'm just doing this on my craft table, so I don't have to worry about the paint too much. And the shaving cream obviously has some soap in it, so it's easy to wipe away. But look at the pattern that that made. Isn't that gorgeous? Again, just going to add some more color on top of the color that was already there. Put some paper in, scrape it off. And it's almost like it's a surprise. You're not quite sure what you're going to get, but when you scrape it off, it's like, wow, this is awesome. Okay, so here's the 6 sheets that I finished, and you can see just by adding different colors as we went along, how each one looks so different. And you could also do them for different seasons, and that's the one that I ripped a little bit, the very first one that I left in a bit too long. But I'm going to take my iron now and press them flat, and I'm going to show you what I made with them. I'm going to take that paper now, put it in my printer. I've picked out some graphics, and I'm going to print right on those papers and make them into some wooden signs. If you're interested, I have an Etsy store right full of graphics, and you can have a look and grab some of these if you want. Paper was a little bit dark and you can't see the graphics once I printed on them. So if that's something that you want to do, make sure you're doing lighter colors so the graphics will show up when you're doing your projects. I've got 4 pieces of wood just painted with some chalk paint, and I'm going to use my Mod Podge mat, and I'm going to decoupage that paper onto the wooden pieces. I've sized the graphics to fit these, and then I've cut them down, left them a little bit bigger so I can sand them off once they're dry. I put the paper on, used a little bit of parchment paper to press them down so I'm not rubbing off the ink from the graphic, and then sealed them up And this is how they turned out. I took my sander when they were completely dry and distressed them all around the edges and finished them off. But look at all that neat color in that paper. So gather up some shaving cream, get some acrylic paints together, mix some color combinations, and give this technique a try because it is so much fun. This is a great DIY to do with your kids or your grandkids. It is a little bit messy because of the shaving cream, but it cleans up really easy. So give it a try and let me know what you think down in the comments. Ever want paper that feels like fabric? Imagine soft textured sheets, perfect for collage, mixed media, journaling, or any DIY project. Today we're making Momagami paper, a Japanese technique for creating fabric-like paper from scratch. This technique takes regular paper and transforms it into beautiful soft sheets with a fabric-like feel. No fancy equipment needed, just a few simple steps. And here's a few of the fabric paper pieces that I made: magazine sheets, regular computer paper. This is a journal that I made, and the cover is a piece of that fabric-like paper. And I love it because you can even sew it. It is so fantastic. It's soft, it's pliable. This is scrapbooking paper, and this piece I sewed on also. So many neat ideas that you can do with this. I'm going to show you how you can make it. First example, I'm going to use a piece of scrapbooking paper. I've got a squirt bottle with just warm water in it, and I'm just going to gently mist that piece of paper. It helps to make it flexible. And then I have my brayer, and I'm just going to press that water into that paper, and then I'm going to set it aside and let it sit for about 5 minutes. It's been 5 minutes, and now we're just going to start to fold that paper in. I like to work from the edges and just keep folding until you come to the middle. Not all paper works the same way for this technique. Thinner paper, like the kind you use in your printer, is perfect. Papers with a little bit of texture, like watercolor paper, or even leftover scraps of paper you're going to recycle, can be used. You want to stay away from super thick paper or shiny paper because they're just too stiff and too slippery. You want to work carefully. You don't want to rip the paper, so just go slow. This is actually kind of a relaxing technique. So grab a coffee, grab a tea, and enjoy the process. Once I have it completely folded all up, I just like to scrunch it in my hands. And because we dampened it just a little bit with that water, it softened the fibers in the paper, and it started the process of turning this into a fabric-like paper. And here's where the technique can differ from person to person and what you like to use. Myself, I like to use a little bit of olive oil. I rub it into my hands, and it just makes the paper a little more pliable. I've also seen people use coconut oil, hair conditioner, hand cream, lots of different techniques. This is just one that I prefer, but experiment with your paper and see what works best for you. I find you don't need very much. I just put a little bit on my hands and rub it into the paper. If you use too much, it just softens the paper, and I find that it rips really easy. This isn't the only name for this technique. Because of its unique fabric-like texture, it's also sometimes called Japanese paper cloth or even paper leather. No matter what you call it, the fun part is creating this soft paper from ordinary scraps. This technique has been around for hundreds of years. Back then, people who made books, or better known as bookbinders, used a similar trick to create thin, strong paper for the inside of books. Over time, this technique has become more than just a book thing, and people started using it for all kinds of crafts. You want to keep just manipulating that paper, putting a little bit of olive oil on your hands, rubbing it in, and then scrunching that paper up. It does take time. It's something that you can probably do sitting in front of the TV or your computer watching a YouTube video. And in between, I like to take my brayer, roll the paper out flat. It helps spread out those paper fibers and make it easier to scrunch up. Use your oil sparingly. I got a little bit too much in the middle of the paper, but that's okay. When you set it aside, it dries and you won't notice it much. And you might find you have little rips here and there. That does happen. Just take your time and you're going to create some beautiful paper. This one's almost done. I'm going to set it aside and I'm going to let it dry completely. The next type of paper that I'm going to work on is a page out of a National Geographic. I wanted to show you this because it's a bit thicker, it's glossy, it's not quite as easy to do, but it can be done. I'm going to put a little bit of oil on my hands and again, just start folding up the paper, manipulating it. Now we could have sprayed a little bit of water on this, but it doesn't soak up the water because it's so glossy. So I skipped this step on the magazine page. Here's the magazine page all finished. It has a fabric-like feel, but it's kind of glossy. I really like it, and I think it's going to be great to add into some of my junk journals. Now I'm just going to do a regular piece of computer paper. Again, going to put a little bit of that olive oil on my hands and just start scrunching up that paper. The reason I choose to use the olive oil is I find that the coconut oil or hand cream is quite greasy as you're applying it on the paper, and it's really hard to get rid of that greasy feel. And I do find sometimes it transfers onto my projects also. I find the olive oil absorbs into the paper better. That's why it's my go-to. That's how easy it is to make Mamagami paper. This is one that I printed on afterwards with my laser printer, and I sewed an edge around it with my sewing machine. It works fantastic. This is just the regular piece of computer paper. You can see it's almost kind of flexible. And my magazine sheet, love this. This is going to go into my junk journaling. And I also made a little booklet, and I used a piece of that paper as the cover of the booklet. Sewed it all together. I used one of my fabric transfers on the front of it. This is going to make a great gift for my niece, actually. She loves to journal. It's homemade paper on the inside too. And here's some pieces of scrapbooking paper. This is another piece that I sewed a strip on. Try this technique. Have fun with it. Let me know down in the comments what you end up creating. Today we're going to dive into the amazing world of fabric paper. This material is perfect for countless projects, book covers, gift tags, embellishments, wrapping paper. The possibilities are endless. To make this fabric paper, you're going to need a piece of cotton or a lightweight material like muslin or linen, along with some Elmer's glue, which is PVA glue, or Mod Podge. I actually prefer Mod Podge for this fabric paper, but whatever you have in your stash will work fine. And then you're going to mix it together, a 50-50 ratio with water. If you don't mix it in this ratio, when you apply it to the fabric, napkin, or paper on top, it's going to have a tendency to rip or tear really easily. So you want to make sure that it's quite liquid. I'm going to be doing this project on a non-stick baking sheet. I have that down on my table. And then on top of that, I have a piece of cotton. And this is just a big piece of cotton that I bought at the thrift store. It's got some coffee stains on it. It's going to be perfect. And then I'm using 1 ply of a napkin. I never throw out this piece because I always make custom napkins, and I'm going to show you later on in the video how I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to take this mixture and I'm going to spread it evenly across that piece of cotton fabric, and you want that fabric completely saturated. Before you do this step, I should have mentioned, you probably want to press it with an iron and make sure that you don't have any wrinkles in it. It's going to make the paper lay better when we're all finished. And I'm just going to go ahead and completely soak this piece of cotton, applying that Mod Podge and water mixture. And like I said before, if you want, you can also use some PVA glue, but I do find that I like the way that the Mod Podge works for this project better. Now that our cotton is completely soaked with that mixture, we're going to take our 1 ply of napkin and very gently lay it on that cotton fabric. You don't want to rub hard. I find just patting up and down with your palms very gently, allowing that glue mixture to soak into the napkin from the fabric. Let it sit for a few seconds before we add the next layer of glue. Now for this next step, you have to be really careful. I like using a paintbrush. You can gently coat that piece of napkin, stroking from the middle out It's going to get rid of some wrinkles that may have happened, although with this project, sometimes we embrace the wrinkles. We don't need to have them completely gone because it does give it some character for our fabric paper. But very gently brush on this glue solution. That's why it's so important to have it watered down with that 50-50 mixture, because if we didn't, it would be too thick and it would pull and tear on the napkin. Okay, I set it aside and it took about 15 or 20 minutes to dry. It'll all depend on your weather and temperature. Now you can see it's a blend of fabric and paper, but it's flexible. You can fold it and you can use it. And I also love the one feature about it, you can sew on it. Now for this piece, I'm gonna add another napkin on the other side. So it's gonna be a double piece of fabric paper. We're going to apply that glue solution on the other side of the cotton the same way we did on the front, making sure it's soaking right through that fabric and applying it over the entire piece. Now those napkins or tissue paper or book pages or sewing pattern sheets that are easily tearing and hard to incorporate into your DIYs can be turned into fabric paper that's usable, durable, and versatile. You can use it in so many different ways. Now we're going to take that one ply of this butterfly napkin and carefully lay it into the glue on that fabric. Again, just pat really gently. You don't want to rub too hard because it's going to tear and get all those little bubbles or wrinkles out, making it lay smooth. Just take your time. I would also experiment with different types of fabric. The only thing you want to look for in a fabric when you're doing this is that it's able to absorb the glue into the fabric. You don't want a type of fabric where the glue is just going to sit on top and not soak in, because we need it to bond with the napkin or the type of paper that you're using. Let's apply that glue solution on top of the napkin again, being very gentle, ensuring we work from the middle out, and let's focus on getting any bubbles or wrinkles that might be happening. Remember, we can always embrace those imperfections, but our goal is to smooth out everything the best that we can. Now comes a satisfying part, peeling off that non-stick sheet and seeing our beautiful fabric paper that we've created. And here's our fabric paper. It's versatile for crafting. It's strong and durable. It's flexible and for easy folding. It's customizable with different fabrics, and you can also sew on it. Now I'm going to show you how you can transform this fabric paper into an envelope. I've cut it into a 12 by 12 inch square, and we're going to fold it together, and it's going to effortlessly come together. It's foldable, yet it's strong and durable, and it's going to result in a beautiful envelope. And there we have it, a beautiful envelope crafted from fabric paper. I love having the pattern on the inside, and it makes a perfect gift. Now I'm going to show you how you can do it with your custom made napkins. I have a full tutorial which I'll link here, or I'll include in the description below, so you can see how I made these. Now you can use the same technique on your custom made napkins, and I'm going to demonstrate it on a piece of muslin. I adore this rooster graphic, and it's available in my Etsy store. You can find the link in the description below or right here if you'd like to use this graphic for any of your DIY projects. That's why I always keep that second ply of napkin that we peel away, because that's what I use to create these custom made napkins. Now we're ready to apply it onto that piece of muslin using the same process. And how cute is that? I'd love to hear how you would use this in your DIY projects and what you would use it on. I'm not quite sure about mine yet, so I'm going to set it aside until I get inspired. With this one, I broke out my sewing machine and I sewed around the edges, which was so easy to do. It didn't tear or pull. Just make sure it's nice and dry before putting it through your sewing machine. Otherwise, it won't work and it would clog up your needle. Here's a little journal that I made with a fabric and added a napkin to the outside. I sewed around the edges and it created a really cute little booklet. I've included some lined paper on the inside, and it's really nice just to use this fabric paper as journal covers or book covers. So many possibilities. I also did this process on some cheesecloth and the results were fantastic. I had an old book with some really old brittle pages, so I did the same process. I tore off the book pages made them into smaller pieces, and then I added the glue on the cheesecloth, applied the book pages, and then coated it on each side, front and back, and it created the most beautiful fabric paper. And I'm going to turn these into bookmarks. These bookmarks are perfect for my junk journals and they're so easy to put together. I'm glad I was able to save those book pages that were so brittle and just falling apart when I touched them. Now I've given them a new life, and I also sewed around the outside of these bookmarks. I hope I've given you lots of inspiration and you're going to try to make some of your own fabric paper yourself. Paper, this video's for you. I'm going to show you a few projects that you're going to love to create, and these are great to do with your kids or your grandkids also. First one, grab some tin foil, make it a little bit bigger than a piece of paper, then get out your washable markers and take a pattern of those different colors and just color all over that tin foil. I'm doing a rainbow color here. Yes, I know I mixed up my yellow and the orange. That's okay. It's going to be beautiful when it's all finished. You can do swirls or squares or circles. Once you have your pattern done, squirt it with water and let it soak into that marker, and then take your paper and lay it in that water and marker solution. Let it soak through the paper and peel it off, and you've got beautiful paper that looks almost like it's tie-dyed. I love to put it in my printer, print a nice quote on it, and this is how it turned out. This would look beautiful framed. As you can see, there's so many possibilities with this technique, so get out your markers and give this one a try. Here's another one using some markers. We're going to do the same technique. We're going to get the squirt bottle with water, some tin foil and markers, and we're going to draw on the tin foil just all kinds of different colors. This is a really pretty pastel color package from Crayola. And tie-dye again, it makes that paper look so beautiful. We're going to dry it completely. We're going to put it through our printer. We're going to do a little bit of a twist on this one. I've printed off some flowers. These are listed in my Etsy store. If you want to check out that listing, I'll put the link down below in the description. I've sized them because we're going to turn these into stickers. I sized the flowers so they're no wider than a piece of packing tape, and I'm going to cut each of these flowers out individually. Aren't these pretty with all the gradient colors from that tie-dyed paper that we created with the markers? Now what we're going to do, we're going to grab some parchment paper. We're going to rip off a piece and put it on our craft table. And then you're going to grab some packing tape, and you're going to take your packing tape and you're going to run it along that piece of parchment paper from one side to the other. We're going to put a couple strips along it. And we're putting the sticky side down onto that parchment paper. Once we have that done, we're going to get a glue stick, and we're going to put a glue stick all along that packing tape, and then we're going to grab those flowers that we cut out and we're going to place them all along that packing tape. That's why we wanted these flowers sized down so they fit in between the packing tape width. And once you have them spaced out evenly, we're going to go back in with another piece of packing tape, and we're going to lay it right on top of that other piece of packing tape, making sure that those flowers are pressed right into the packing tape. This is how easy it is to make your own DIY stickers, and the possibilities you can see are endless. This is great to do for mixed media, junk journaling, or have your kids make personalized stickers. Once we have them all pressed down, we're going to go in and we're going to cut out each of these flowers, leaving a little bit of an edge around that paper so there's packing tape around the outside so it'll stick. And then all you have to do when you're ready to use these stickers is peel off the back parchment paper and attach it to your project just like this, and we have a sticker. I've just made a little card. You can add the stickers to them. And aren't they so pretty? And I love having that tie-dyed paper underneath. And as you can see, it's pretty easy to go sticker crazy when you start doing this technique and making them. Next paper craft, we are going to be using some of these magazine sheets, and I'm going to show you how to make a paper rosette. These are really easy to do. I'm just going to put on some fun jazz and watch how I create these. After you have all kinds cut out, I just have a lid off of a hairspray can and I'm just pressing and folding those pieces of paper with some glue stick into that paper. And when you pull it away, you have created this beautiful rosette. Now, if you're a true crafter, I know you have all kinds of scrap paper laying around. These are all cut into long rectangles, and I'm going to show you how you can turn these into a beautiful greeting card. We're going to take these, and with our cutter, we're going to turn them into long triangles. Size doesn't matter. We can make this work on our greeting cards when they're all finished. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to cut a whole bunch of these into triangles. Now we're going to take out a piece of watercolor. That's going to be the base of our greeting card. If you don't have any watercolor paper, that's okay. I'm just using it because it's more of a sturdy paper to make a card on. And then we're going to get our glue stick. I love this Elmer's glue stick. I can find it at my dollar store and it works really well. And we're going to spread the glue stick all over the front of that piece of watercolor paper that will be the front of our greeting card. Once we have it all completely covered, we're going to make sure we've got it right out to the edges. And then you're going to glue them down so it looks like a sunburst. And I lost the clip where I was placing them on the card, but you'll see when I flip this over after we've cut all of the extra off what I've done with these. I just started in the middle and I placed those triangles all the way along that card until it was completely covered. See, you can see it here. And we've created a DIY greeting card with just scrap pieces of paper. I had a DIY sticker that I've added to the front. And how cute is this to give as a gift? With this watercolor paper again, we're going to take out a sheet and we're going to fold it in half. And I'm really having a lot of fun with this marker and tin foil. So we're going to cut a piece of tin foil the same size as that card. And then we're going to get out our markers and we're going to do the coloring on that tin foil again. We're going to get out our water. I've already colored on that piece of tin foil. We're going to squirt into it, let it run together so it's going to give that tie-dye effect. And then we're going to place our card right in it. We don't want it to wiggle around. We want that paper to be nice and flat. Push all that marker into the paper and then peel it away. And we've created this beautiful tie-dye look on this greeting card. Now you can always let it run a little bit, pick it up, and you can also take that tin foil if there's any marker left over and you can go into the corners and add some color where you didn't get any color before. This is all about just having fun with it. And I also like to take a piece of paper towel and you can blot away any of the extra. And isn't this gorgeous? The next paper craft I'm going to show you is a pop-up card. Let's cue the jazz and you can watch me make this. And of course you can adjust this to any size you want for as big or small. Just use the same technique. How about making some gift tags with a wrapper from a chocolate bar? These are really easy to create. If you need a gift tag in a hurry, whip one of these up and they're just beautiful to attach to a gift. Okay, I'm back making stickers again. This is one of my favorite graphics in my Etsy store that have a really retro feel, and I love adding these into my junk journal. Has that 1950s vibe. And again, we're just going to turn these into stickers. You've seen me do these earlier, so cue some jazz, editor. And now I've got these stickers all done. I'm gonna add them into a junk journal that I have on the go. Now, as you can see, these stickers are a little bit bigger. So what I did with these was I butted the packing tape up side by side to make a bigger width and then put my image on top of it. So that's a way of making bigger stickers. Hi, Deidre here from Our Upcycled Life. Today I'm going to show you how you can make your own custom envelopes. This is so simple, just takes a few supplies and you can make envelopes in a matter of minutes. I'm using a piece of scrapbooking paper that I cut into a square. You can make your square any size you like that's going to be perfect for your project. I am folding in the corners to meet in the middle. And then I'm taking my bone folder and I'm pressing it down so we get a nice crisp fold. Now I'm going to take my ruler and lay it across the top of that fold. And we're going to bring the bottom of the paper up to that ruler. And then we're going to get our bone folder again and go along the lines so they'll be nice and crisp. We are now going to take our ruler and go to those 2 points and then bend back that triangle and use my finger to make a little bit of an indent, because then we're going to fold it in and we have a nice crisp line. Now we're going to use our double-sided tape. And if you don't have any, you can also use glue. And I'm going to go right along that triangle, and then we're going to fold it in and press it down, make sure that it sticks really well. Now we're going to add the double-sided tape all along the outside too, on both sides, and then fold it up along that crease. Grab that ruler again and lay it at both points along the top, and then fold that triangle in, creasing a line. And then fold it down into the middle using your bone folder to make a nice crisp line. Now this is optional, but I like using a corner punch. It just finishes off the envelope nice. I'll put a link below for all of these supplies that I'm using down in the description. Now I'm going to make an envelope so we can have print on the inside and the outside. I've taken 2 pieces of scrapbooking paper, cut them in a square, and used my glue stick to put them together. We're going to fold it into the middle, and we're going to do the same technique that we did on that first envelope. I find using the bone folder with this project makes a world of difference. It just makes nice clean lines, and then your envelope lays flat when you're all finished. We're now going to place the ruler along the top and then fold the bottom into the top of that ruler. We're now going to lay the ruler along that edge, put a crease in it, fold it in, and we're going to get out our double-sided tape. Applying our double-sided tape along that little triangle, folding it in, and then putting it along the sides. Using our bone folder so it's nice and crisp, and you can see we've created that pocket of our envelope. Now we're going to lay the ruler along the top, put a crease in that flap, fold it in, use our bone folder. That easy. We've made an envelope, and these are so beautiful because now we have a pattern on the inside and the outside. Now, if you want to use this to mail and you want to write an address on the outside, you can put the white on the outside and have the pattern on the inside. And that way, when you're mailing it, you will be able to see the address that you're writing on it. Now we've made an envelope that's perfect to put a card in or a little note and write an address, put a stamp on it, and mail it at the post office. And after you've put what you wanted in the envelope, you can use your double-sided tape and put it along the edge. You can use some glue stick, or you can put a sticker at the bottom of the flap. So many possibilities. I'm now going to make some smaller ones. These are perfect to add to your junk journaling, mixed media, scrapbooking, and you can use up all those little scrap pieces of paper that you have laying around in your craft room. So here are just a few of the envelopes that I've made with some scrapbooking paper. You can use regular computer paper, you can use packing paper, you can use gift wrap paper. So many possibilities. You can use a blank piece of paper. If your kids want to make envelopes, they can draw on them, you can stamp on them. Just get creative and try this technique out, and they can turn into envelopes in a matter of minutes. To start this project, I have a piece of coffee stained paper and I want 1 ply of a napkin. Now this napkin's 3 plies, so I've just taken off that back 1 ply and we're gonna set that aside. Now to make our glue for this project, you can use Mod Podge, you can use Elmer's clear glue, you can use the school glue. All will work fine. So I'm using my clear school glue and I'm doing a 2-to-1 ratio with water. We just want to water it down a little bit. Now you want to gather some little bits of string, seeds, dried flowers. I like using tea leaves or a little bit of herbs. I've got some basil here, or coffee grinds, or leaves from outside that you can crumble. Just use your imagination, and we're going to incorporate that into this paper. Make sure your glue and water mixture is incorporated really well together. Lay down that piece of paper on a sheet of parchment paper because we don't want it sticking to our table. I'm going to cover that whole piece of paper, making sure that I get right out to the edges. And then just get sprinkling your little bits of flour or your dried tea or coffee grinds. I've got some little pieces of thread that I had in my sewing kit that I cut up into small pieces, and I'm just laying them into that wet glue here and there. You want to make it look a little bit natural, so you don't want it all clumped up in one. Now these flowers, some of them I've gotten from my garden that I clipped and I dried and brought into the house. Some of them are from a bouquet that I got and I saved the flowers and dried them. I just have a little dish in one of my cabinets that I keep the dried flowers in for when I do a project like this. Now we're going to take that one ply of napkin and very carefully centering it on top of that paper, press it right into that wet glue and all the little bits that we sprinkled on the paper. And then take your glue solution with a paintbrush and paint right on top of that napkin another coat. And you want to go right out past the edge so you can seal it really well around the edges of that whole piece of paper. Cover the whole thing with a good amount. And like I said before, you can use school glue, you can use Mod Podge, you can use the clear school glue. All of this will work perfect for this project. Set it aside and let it dry completely. Once it's dry, take off that parchment paper. It'll peel right off of it. And then I like to take my scissors and trim right up to that piece of paper so it's nice and neat and tidy. Now this is just an option, but I have this corner cutter and I just love it. It rounds the corner and I just think it finishes off the paper really nicely. I'll put a link down below in the description for this cutter. So there is our faux piece of paper. And here's some other pieces that I've made. This is just on a piece of coffee dyed paper with just sprinkling different types of flowers and string and a little bit of tea and some herbs. Another coffee stain. Now this one I did on a piece of scrapbook paper. You can see the scrapbook paper show through. And then I had, instead of coffee dyeing it, I food color dyed it a little bit in a squirt bottle with some water and food coloring, and it gave that blue haze. This was one that I did on a printed sheet of one of my graphics and another piece of scrapbooking paper that I did this process on with the blue dye. Now I'm going to show you how I'm going to take one of these sheets of faux homemade paper I made and turn it into a beautiful journal. I had these coffee stained lined papers and we're going to use this as the outside cover for our journal. I'm going to fold our lined paper in half, making sure that it's even right across from the top to the bottom. Press it down really firmly and you're going to see the inside sheets stick out a little bit. So I'm going to put it on a cutting board and we're going to cut that so it's all even. Just using my little clips to hold everything in place, taking my ruler, and I'm going to use my X-Acto knife and trim everything up nice and even. It's handy doing this on a cutting board because you can line up your lines and make sure you're cutting a nice straight edge. I've got my inside of my journal already. I'm just going to measure it because I want to make my faux homemade paper a little tiny bit bigger than the lined sheets. So I'm just going to measure them out and then I'm going to cut it with my cutter and fold it in half so it fits around those lined sheets. Now I've got some embroidery floss and I'm just going to measure out 3 times the length of the journal. Cut it off and then we're going to place it inside and measure 3 holes on the inside of our journal. I'm going to find the middle of it and use my pencil and mark that, and then I'm going to go 1 inch in from either end and make a little dot there. That's going to give us our guide for when we sew our journal all together. This is really simple. Don't be intimidated. I've got a little screwdriver and I'm just punching a hole right where I made those 3 holes in the middle of the journal so we can see where we need to sew it through the back. I'm going to take my darning needle and I'm going to go through that center hole, leaving a little bit of a tail. come up through the top, pull the string through, go in through the bottom, pull the string through, making sure we're not pulling on that tail, leaving it, and then come up through the middle. And then we're going to tie a double knot, making sure that we're tying that string into the knot. We're then going to trim off the extra and fold it up and making sure that it's nice and tight and all put together. I have this little clip that I cut out of a piece of scrapbooking paper. I thought it looked really nice with this homemade faux paper, and I'm just gluing it onto the front. I had some little bits of paper left over, so I'm going to actually turn this into a bookmark. I've got another piece of scrapbook paper. I'm going to glue it down on the back side of that faux homemade paper, making sure that it's bonded really well. I also wanted to round the corners of this little booklet once I had it made, so I got out that corner punch again and just finishes it off and makes it look really nice. And my homemade journal is all finished. I added a brad in the top and one of my homemade tassels. It's going to look perfect inside this little journal, and this is going to make a perfect Christmas gift. I've used just scrap paper that I coffee dyed, my homemade faux paper. I created this fantastic booklet of all of my favorite paint recipes, and it's listed on Etsy. If you want to have a great booklet where you can have all these recipes right on hand and you don't have to go back and find a video with them, you want to grab this. I'll put a link down below in the description where you can check that out after this video. But I want to make this pretty. It's just a bunch of papers that were stapled together, and I would love to have something that was beautiful and fun to use when I was looking up my paint recipes. I've got 2 pieces of scrapbook paper, and I'm going to use that as the front and the back of my booklet or my junk journal. I've taken my cover page and I've cut it down a little bit so it will fit in the center of that piece of scrapbooking paper. And I also have a paintbrush cleaning tip page that I'm going to put inside the back cover. I'm using my glue stick, and I put the glue stick completely all over that, and I'm just going to press it into the front of that scrapbooking paper. I don't have any fancy tools or binders yet for junk journaling, so I'm going to show you how you can put this together with stuff that you probably already have in your craft room. I'm now going to put some glue stick on the back of that tip sheet on how to wash brushes and put it on the inside of the back cover. Now I've got the back and the front cover all ready. Now I don't have a laminator. I'm going to show you how you can protect these covers without having to buy a machine. I love to use packing tape. I'm going to take the packing tape and, being really careful and getting it nice and flat, I am going to cover the inside and the outside of both the front and the back cupboard, using a credit card to get it really nice and smooth, and then cutting off around the edges. By doing this step, we are going to eliminate getting paint on our booklet because, of course, when I'm going to be using this booklet, I'm going to have paint on my hands. So I can pick up this booklet, use it, and not worry about wrecking it because I'm going to have it protected with that packing tape. And it looks really great. It's pretty good for an alternative to not having a laminator. Now we're ready to put the inside together. I have the recipe sheets, but then I also wanted to add a note sheet in between each recipe. So I printed those off on my computer, and then in between each sheet, I'm adding those until we have it all put together. And then I'm going to use my 3-hole punch and punch all of those sheets. Now I wanted to make little tabs so I would know where each recipe was. I've had these little cardboard tags forever, and I think they're going to work perfect for this. I have printed off each recipe name, and I'm going to just cut that little piece off that front of that tab and then add the name of the chalk paint recipe onto that tag. And then I'm going to use my glue stick and just glue that paint recipe tag right where I want it. And we're also going to seal this up too. And we're going to be using the exact same method that I did for the front and the back cover. We're just going to cover it with a little bit of packing tape and just fold it over so the back and the front of that tag are completely covered, and then just trim up around the edges. Now on each sheet of a specific paint recipe, I'm going to add those little tabs, and I'm just going to staple them on. We all have a stapler, so that's a really easy way to attach these. I want to make sure that we can see each tab when the book is closed, so I'm just centering them below the first tab, and then I'll do that alternating with each paint recipe. And now we have all of the tabs attached, and you can see them and you can flip through and go directly to the paint recipe that you want. Now we're going to put our booklet or our journal together with a little bit of ribbon. I had these 3 ribbons that I thought really complemented the scrapbooking paper really well, and we're just going to push it through those holes. I used a little paintbrush so I could line them all up, pull the ribbon through, and just tie it in a nice knot. I have all the ribbons tied nicely on there. If you have some binder rings, or you can even staple this together. I just had lots of ribbon on hand and it works perfect. I thought I was going to put a little envelope or a little folder on the back of the front cover. So I took another piece of that scrapbooking paper, covered in the packing tape, taped it to the front, punched a little hole, added a little ribbon for embellishments, and I think I'm done. And I think I really like the way that it turned out. And that little flap on the front cover, you can keep your paint chips on it or just other little notes or little things that you've made. So we have a chalk paint recipe. We have a chalkboard paint recipe. We have baking soda paint. We have sand paint. We have baking powder paint. We have sawdust paint and coffee grind paint and homemade gesso, texture paste, one-step paint, salt wash paint, and a nice little sheet at the back that's going to show you the best way to clean your brushes. And there we have our booklet or our journal put together with all of my favorite paint recipes. So I hope this has inspired you to do some booklets or some journaling with just stuff that you have in your craft room. You don't need any fancy things, any fancy machines. You can still put together some really cool DIY projects. Let's make some paper clay. I've shredded a whole bunch of paper into small pieces, filled up my measuring cup, and then I covered the paper with hot water, set it aside, and let it sit overnight. Now I'm taking my immersion blender and I am blending up all of that paper. Now I bought this immersion blender at the thrift store for $3.99. I keep it in my craft room for these types of projects. You want to really blend it really well. Get all of that paper all mushed together. The smoother that you can get it blended, the smoother your clay is going to be in the end. Now we want to get all of the extra water out of that pulp. So I've got a piece of cotton here and I'm just putting it in little bits at a time and squeezing out all of that water and then setting that aside in a little bowl. And I'm going to do all of that pulp that I have made in that measuring cup. Now there are lots of paper clay recipes out there, but this one is my favorite. The first ingredient is 1/4 cup of school glue. And we're just going to pour that into our mixing bowl. You can use any type of school glue. I just had the Elmer's glue on hand. Now we're going to add 1 tablespoon of cornstarch, mixing it really well so it's a nice and creamy consistency. And now we're going to add some baking powder, 1/4 teaspoon. And again, mix it up really, really well. This is just a small batch, so you can always double if you want to make more clay. We're going to add some vinegar now. We're doing 1 tablespoon of vinegar. And then we're going to mix that all in together, making sure it's still nice and creamy also. And then we're going to add in some salt. Now I only have Himalayan salt in my house. I looked for table salt and I didn't have any, but this still works fine. I am putting in 1/2 tablespoon of that salt, mixing it up really, really well. And then we're going to put 1/2 tablespoon of oil. And again, mix it up really, really well. Now we're going to get that paper pulp and we're going to just incorporate it into this mixture, just crumpling it up into little pieces, and I'm using a fork and just blending it all in. We're trying to get it as smooth as we can, mixing it all together. It takes a little bit of elbow grease and a little bit of time, but you just want to incorporate it all together until it starts to form a ball. It will start to come away from the sides of the bowl when you've incorporated enough of that pulp mixture into it. Every type of paper is going to react different, so or how much you need to add. So you just kind of have to play with it until you get the feel of how you want the consistency of your clay to be. So now I've just molded it into a ball. You can put it in a freezer bag and store it in your fridge, and it will stay good for a couple months. Because we've incorporated the vinegar and the salt in it, it will keep it from going bad. Now I'm going to show you what I'm going to do with some of this paper clay. I have some of these silicone molds that I made. If you haven't seen that video, you have to check that out because they're fantastic. And I'm just filling up some of that paper clay into that silicone mold, and I'm setting it aside and letting it dry. I've made a little trinket dish, and I'm also going to take a little bit of that paper clay, and I've got a doily that I picked up at the thrift store. I love creating texture with doilies in clay, and I'm just taking my rolling pin, just lightly rolling that doily into the paper clay, and it leaves a beautiful impression. And I had this cookie cutter that has a heart shape. I'm going to use it and cut a heart out of that paper clay. And what we're going to do after we have all these projects all done, I'm going to set them aside. Now this recipe or this formula takes quite a while to dry. I'm going to set these aside, and it actually took almost 3 days to get them really dried well before I could finish them off. I'm going to put a paper clip in the top of this little heart because we're going to turn it into an ornament when it's all finished. Just cutting the paper clip in half and then pushing it into the center of the top of that heart. This is such a great DIY to do with kids because they can help you out right from the start to the finish. And these make really excellent little Christmas gifts if you want to do all kinds of different shapes to do ornaments that the kids can decorate after. I also have this little snowflake. Same thing, I made this mold with my silicone recipe, and now I'm just putting in the paper clay and I'm going to set it aside and let it dry. Now don't pull that paper clay out of it while it's still wet. You want it to dry completely before you remove it from the mold. So this is 3 days later. My little bowl is completely dried. My little hearts are dry. I just love the way that they turned out, and we're going to take these out of the molds, and they worked pretty good. Now we've got the paper clay all around the outside, but we can clean that up a little bit. And I love this one. It's really ornate. I find that the paper clay recipe is very rustic looking. It's not a real smooth clay. So if you're doing something that you want to have a primitive look, this clay recipe is perfect. If you want more of a smoother outcome, then I would go to a regular air dry clay recipe. So I've painted these up and I've given them a real rustic feel. Now these two, the snowflake and the one piece, can be used as embellishments. You can glue it on something, and you've got a little trinket dish that you can keep rings or necklaces in. I just love the way that that turned out. Almost looks like a little cement bowl. And the ornaments are great to give as gifts, Valentine's Day, Christmas. I love using washi tape in lots of my DIY projects, and I'm going to show you today how you can make your own really simple, and you can make so many different designs. And to create your own washi tape, all you're going to need is some packing tape and some double-sided tape. I found this at the dollar store. It's really affordable and it's sticky on both sides. The first thing that we want to do is measure how wide our tape is, because that's going to be how wide our washi tape is. I always have lots of bits and pieces of different types of paper. This is a great project to use this up. I'm using my paper cutter and I'm cutting the strips the same width of the double-sided tape. This will work on any type of paper: napkins, scrapbook paper, magazine pages, or even pages out of a book. I've got all kinds of strips cut from my scrapbooking paper scraps, and the first thing that we're going to do is lay down a piece of parchment paper, or you can use wax paper, and tape it down to your surface. And once we have that taped down to our table, I'm going to get my packing tape, and the packing tape will go over top of 3 strips of that scrapbooking paper. Your paper might be a little bit thicker. You might not be able to get all 3 strips in, but if you can, then you'll put that right on top of the paper, and then I like to press it in really hard with a card and making sure there's no bubbles and no wrinkles. This technique is quite similar to the packing tape hack video that I did not that long ago. If you haven't seen that video, I'll put the link down below in the description because it's a really fun one to try. And to turn this into washi tape, we just have to add one more step. Now we're going to cut off the extra packing tape and then cut the 3 strips into individual pieces. I love being able to find different techniques and different tricks that we can craft with that just makes our projects more affordable, and we don't have to go out and buy all these extra products when we have all these things right in our craft room that we can just turn into something else. And I love being able to do this. So after seeing this project, you'll reevaluate what you want to throw out. We've got all the strips all cut apart now, and we've got a dish of warm water. We're just going to put those strips right in the warm water and let them soak for about 5 minutes. If your paper is thicker, it's going to have to soak for a little bit longer. If it's a thinner paper, then it won't take as long to soak. But what we're going to do is we want to rub off that thick paper from the back. I like to start it a little bit with a credit card, or you can use your nail. Now we're just going to rub away all of that paper, and you're going to be left with the image on the tape and all the paper backing being removed. Much like the packing tape transfer trick that I did in my last video. This is the same thing, and if you don't want to go on and turn this into washi tape, you can always just put some Mod Podge or use a glue stick and adhere it to your project. Takes a little bit of patience to rub all the paper back off, but it's certainly worth it in the end. I've got all the paper rubbed off, and as you can see, it kind of makes it transparent. You can see through it. It's ready to turn into washi tape. I'm just going to work away at these other couple pieces, and then we'll go on to the next step. And there we have some of our strips of tape all ready. The paper's all been rubbed off the back. It's now made it transparent, and we are going to add the double-sided tape. Now I can find double-sided tape at my dollar store, and I've seen them at quite a few different ones, but if you can't, you can always grab some off of Amazon, and I'll put the link down below in the description. I'm just going to lay that double-sided tape onto the parchment paper. We're using parchment paper or wax paper because it won't stick to it. And then we're going to pick up that piece of tape that we have our paper on and lay it into that double-sided tape. Because it's sticky on both sides, that top of the tape is going to stick into the packing tape. Now you want to make sure you're laying it down on the part of the piece of tape that we rubbed the paper off of. So we're going to have the shiny side on the top and the paper side underneath. And we've created a piece of washi tape. Now, to store this so when we're ready to use it, I like to save all of my caps out of my recycling bin. This cap is actually off my dry shampoo bottle, and you're just going to wrap it around. It's not going to stick to it. It's going to peel off easily when you're ready to add it to your project. And you can also add the next layer on top of it of the same type of paper so you can make a longer length. Just cut it off even, and then you can wrap the next one on top of that. And I have enough room on this cap that I can add 2 or 3 different types of washi tape onto one cap. Also, another tip, if you don't want to have the shiny side up, you can always flip it over and have the matte side of your paper on top, and then you don't have to have that shiny surface for your project. So it's kind of versatile. This is a cap off of a hairspray bottle, and you can see how I had 2 of these strips of the same design, and I'm just laying them on top. It works perfect for storing it. If you do a lot of paper crafting, this is a great way to make original washi tape that's one of a kind. You can add it into your junk journaling projects, mixed media projects, your scrapbooking, so many possibilities. And like I said before, if you don't want your washi tape to be shiny, you can always flip it over and apply the shiny side to the double-sided tape, and then you'll have the matte finish from where you rub the paper off on the top of your washi tape, and it just gives it a little bit of a different look. And I also love the idea that I'm saving all these caps out of the recycling bin too, and they store really well on a shelf or in a drawer when you have them all put together, and they stack up neatly. So save all those scrap bits and pieces of paper, turn it into washi tape to add to your DIY projects. And here is what I created, all these beautiful, different, original pieces of washi tape that I'm going to add into my junk journaling projects. And I hope you give this technique a try yourself. I hope you've enjoyed today's tutorial on DIY washi tape, and you should give it a try yourself. Hi everyone, Deidre here from Our Upcycled Life. Today I made some craft dinner for lunch. I didn't want to throw the box out because I thought I could turn it into something cute and useful and not put it in the recycling bin. So follow along and see what I'm going to do with this box. First thing I'm going to do is cut the ends off the box and then open it up nice and flat. Once we have it all separated, I'm going to cut the front and the back apart. And I have a corner punch that I like to use. It just finishes off your project and makes it look nice and neat, and you don't have the square edge. I had some scrap lined paper. I'm going to cut a bunch of these pieces a little bit smaller than the front of the craft dinner box. Not that long ago, I bought this spiral binder. It's perfect for making journals and notebooks, and I'm using it all the time, and it's so much fun. I'm going to put together a little notepad with this paper and the front and the back of the craft dinner box. When you're doing the front and the back of your little notebook, you want to make sure that you put them together how you want them when they're finished, and then punch them so you have the back and the front lined up the right way. And punched my papers, and we're ready to put this together. And I'm going to take my pliers and just clip off the long pieces at either end. And we've taken a craft dinner box that was destined to go into the garbage and turned it into a cute little notebook that somebody that's a KD lover is going to think is fantastic. So what you're going to need to complete this project is napkins. I picked these ones up at the dollar store. I love the floral print on them. A pair of sharp scissors, an envelope, parchment paper, cling wrap, and an iron. The first thing that you want to do is remove all the plies from the napkin. This one was a 3-ply, so I'm going to remove the bottom 2 and then use the last ply with the flowers on it for my project. Now I like to make sure that the napkin is nice and flat and get all the wrinkles out of it, so I'm going to put it between the 2 pieces of parchment paper and iron it just so it's nice and flat and easy to work with. I have my iron set at 6 and no steam. This is also a craft iron. I don't use it for clothes because when you are using it for crafting you might get little bits of plastic and craft materials on it, and you don't want to put that on your clothes. Okay, now that it's nice and flat, I'm going to make sure that my envelope is going to fit onto the napkin and kind of place it where I think it's going to fit the best. Now comes the fun part, to use the cling wrap, and you want to take off a piece of cling wrap a little bit bigger than the envelope. It is shrink wrap, so when you heat it, it will shrink and get smaller, so you want to make sure you have enough around the edges. I'm just going to trim around the edges where I have too much excess and leave about a 1/4 inch on the outside of the envelope. Now we're ready to take the envelope and the cling wrap and put it on parchment paper. And you want to make sure you have all the air bubbles and all the little wrinkles out of the cling wrap before you set the napkin on top of it. Set the napkin exactly where you want it and then push it all smooth and then put the other piece of parchment paper on top of it. And now we're ready to iron it. My iron is set to 6 with no steam. You don't want any steam because that will affect the parchment paper, and we don't want any water getting on the napkin or the paper underneath. And I'm going to record this in real time so you can see how long it actually takes for the cling wrap to melt and bond to the napkin. Now I'm about halfway through ironing it, and I'm just going to pick it up very carefully, and it's hot, so be very careful, and just see any corners or any little spots where it hasn't bonded yet, and then I'll go back over those areas with the iron. Now I have seen people do this technique and do the whole envelope. I've never had any luck with that because when I was ironing, the glue around the sticky part on the envelope always fused together, and then I couldn't open up the envelope. So what I like to do is just do the whole front and then the flap and leave the bottom half at the back plain. Okay, I've let it cool down completely, and now I'm going to take my sharp scissors and go all around the outside of the napkin and remove all of the excess. After I've cut all the excess off, I like to once more put it in between the parchment paper and give it one last really good iron, just to make sure that it's completely adhered everywhere. And now you can flip it over and you can fold where the line of the envelope was before, and it's all finished. There's so many possibilities that you can do with this technique and so many different theme napkins. And here's the finished set. The envelope, and I also did a piece of paper. I antiqued a piece of plain computer paper and then I fused the napkin to the back of it so you can write your note on the other side and put it in the envelope. And here's another envelope and piece of paper that I did with the same technique with a different napkin. And there you have your beautiful envelope that looks like it came from a boutique store that you can add paper note into, gift cards, so many possibilities. I'll put a link below in the description of how I aged this paper, and you can try that technique out for yourself and then fuse your napkins onto the back of it. Today I'm going to show you how to age plain computer paper. I've printed these graphics from the Graphic Fairy and I'll put a link below in the description. I've printed off 2 copies so you can see the difference when I'm finished the one. And you're going to need a little bit of paper towel for spills. You're going to need a little sponge. You're going to need a bowl of hot water and some instant coffee. The first thing that I like to do is crumple the paper really well so it gives it that age look. You don't have to do this. This is optional. I just like the effect that it gives. I have printed this off on my LaserJet printer. You can try an inkjet, but I find sometimes the ink runs when you're using an inkjet printer. Next, you're going to take a 1/4 cup of hot water and put in 1 heaping tablespoon of instant coffee and stir it up really well. And then let it sit and cool. Once it's cooled, you're going to dip your sponge into that mixture and you're going to dab it and spread it all over that piece of paper, making sure you get into all the corners and all the little wrinkles. You can leave little puddles of the coffee mixture here and there. It just gives the end result a little bit more texture. Flatten it out on the cookie sheet really gently, and then you're ready to dry it out. Now preheat your oven to 200 degrees. You're going to place your paper in the oven and don't walk away and don't leave it. You want to stand and watch it and wait for it to dry out. This piece of paper, it took about 5 minutes for it to dry completely. Now it's all dried out and it's looking fantastic, and I'm just going to finish it off. And here's the comparison from the plain computer paper to the aged computer paper using the coffee mixture. I like to flatten them out once they're finished. It makes it easier to work with. So I've got my iron on a very low setting, as low as it'll go. I'm going to put it between 2 sheets of computer paper and I'm going to spray it with my water from my iron and then just gently iron out all of the wrinkles on the paper and make it flat again. Now you have graphics and a piece of plain computer paper that looks like it's 100 years old. Today I'm going to teach you how to age plain computer paper with cinnamon. To complete this technique, you'll need a little bit of paper towel, and this graphic I've printed from the Graphic Fairy. She has a wonderful website full of free graphics. I'll put the link below in the description for that. You need some cinnamon, a dish of water, a little sponge, and a spoon. The first step is to completely wet the whole paper with the sponge. Just dab the water up and down all over the whole paper. I've printed this graphic off on my LaserJet printer. It works the best with this technique. You can use an inkjet printer, but just be aware that your ink may run. And then I'm just going to use a teaspoon of cinnamon, if I can get it open, and I'm going to sprinkle it all over the paper. There's so many possibilities that you can use this aged paper for. You can use it for scrapbooking, mixed media projects. You can use it to Mod Podge on wood. You can use it to Mod Podge on canvas. Or you can just put it in a picture frame and it looks really cool. Now just take your finger and rub the cinnamon into all the little bits of the wet pieces of paper and just blend it in however you think it might look the best. Preheat your oven to 200 degrees. Now place the cookie sheet with the paper on it in the 200-degree oven. It'll take about 5 or 10 minutes to dry. Don't leave it, don't walk away, keep an eye on it, and when it's completely dry, it's ready to take out of the oven. Now you just want to take your paper towel and wipe off any of the dry cinnamon off the paper. Some of it will just stick to where it was wet, and the other bits will just wipe right off. Now we're ready for the final step. I like to have it nice and flat to use on my project, so I'm putting it in between two pieces of computer paper. I'm taking my iron on its lowest setting and I'm misting the paper, and then I'm going to iron it back and forth until I feel that the paper is nice and flat. And there you have your aged computer paper using cinnamon. Today I'm going to show you how you can age plain computer paper with lemon juice. I've printed this off from the Graphic Fairy. She has lots of amazing graphics for free. I'll put the link below in the description and you can have a look at her website. You'll need a little bowl, a little sponge, and some lemon juice. I also like a little bit of paper towel just to clean up any messes. You're just going to pour enough lemon juice into the little dish just to cover the whole paper. And you're just going to take your sponge and just dab over the whole paper. Now I've printed this graphic off on my LaserJet printer. It works the best for this technique. You can use an inkjet printer, but just be aware that your ink may run. And when I'm dabbing it on, I like to leave little pools of the lemon juice here and there. It just gives it more of an aged look. This technique isn't quite as antiqued and as dark looking as some of the other techniques that I do, but I like this one sometimes if you have a certain project that you don't want that really dark antique look. Now you're going to preheat your oven to 200 degrees. You're going to place your paper on the cookie sheet in the preheated oven and just keep an eye on it. It doesn't take very long, 5 or 10 minutes, and it dries, so just keep an eye on it and don't walk away. Now it's all done and we're ready for the final step. I like to iron mine flat. It just makes it easier to work on projects afterwards. So I'm taking my iron on its lowest setting and I'm spraying it with water, and then I'm going to iron over the top paper until I feel that it's nice and smooth. And there you have the finished paper using lemon juice. I'll put a link below in the description. I have a playlist with 6 other techniques that you can try to age computer paper. Have a watch and then let me know which one you like the best below in the comments. You can use these papers in so many different projects, for scrapbooking, for Mod Podging on canvas, Mod Podging on wood, just to put in picture frames. The possibilities are endless. Today I'm going to show you how you can age plain computer paper with soy sauce. Yep, soy sauce, and it works perfect. I've printed off this graphic from the Graphic Fairy. She has amazing graphics that you can get for free. I'll put the link below in the description. You'll need some paper towel, a little sponge, some soy sauce, and a little dish to put the soy sauce in. And you just want to put some soy sauce in the little dish, just enough to cover the paper, and then you're going to sponge it all over the graphic. Now I've printed this off on a laser printer. You can use an inkjet printer, but just be aware that the ink may run if you use an inkjet. You can also crinkle your paper ahead of time too and give it more of an aged effect. This one I just wanted to try just with a flat piece of paper. And you're just going to dab that soy sauce just up and down all over the paper. And I like to leave little puddles too, because when it dries it leaves a really neat little effect. And you may think, oh, that's going to be really stinky using soy sauce, but actually it isn't. When you dry the paper in the oven, it actually doesn't have any smell left at all. There's so many possibilities that you can use this paper for after you've aged it. You can use it for scrapbooking. You can use it to Mod Podge on a canvas. You can Mod Podge it onto wood. You can frame it in a picture frame. So many possibilities, and it's just so cool to try. Now you're going to preheat your oven to 200 degrees. And place your cookie sheet in the oven with the graphic on it, in the oven at 200 degrees, and keep an eye on it. Don't walk away. It only takes about 5 to 10 minutes for it to dry, so keep an eye on it. And now it's completely dry, and we're going to do the finishing step. I like to flatten the paper. It just makes it easier when you're going to use it on projects later. So I put it between 2 pieces of computer paper. I take my iron on the lowest setting, and with the steam button, I wet the top paper and I iron it until I feel that the paper is nice and flat. And there you have it. It's all finished and ready to use on your projects. I hope I've inspired you to try this technique yourself on some computer paper. Today I'm going to show you how you can age computer paper right from your printer with tea bags. I've printed this off from the Graphics Fairy, and she has all kinds that you can choose from. I'll put a link below in the description so you can go and visit her site. And today you're going to need a sponge, 2 tea bags, some hot water, and a spoon. And you're just going to put the tea bags in the hot water and let them steep for about 5 or 10 minutes. I like to crumple my paper before doing this technique. It just kind of gives it wrinkles and creases and makes it look a little more aged. I've printed this off on my LaserJet printer. I find the LaserJet gives it the best results. You can do it on an inkjet, although you might find that the ink might run a little bit. I've let the tea steep for 10 minutes and now I'm going to take the sponge and wet it with the tea and just dab it all over the whole graphic. I find I like to leave little puddles of the tea solution in little corners and stuff because when it dries it makes it a little bit darker and it just gives it more of an authentic look. And of course, the more tea bags that you put in it, the darker it'll be, so that's your preference. Just play around with it and see what you like. You're going to preheat your oven to 200 degrees. Set the paper on the cookie sheet in the oven at 200 degrees and shut the door and watch it. Don't walk away, don't leave it. You want to keep an eye on it and it'll probably take about 5 or 10 minutes for it to dry completely. And it's all dry and ready for the last step. To finish it off, I like to make it nice and flat so it's easier to use for projects. I adjust my iron to the lowest setting and then I take the mister and I spray the top paper a little bit with the water and then I iron it until I feel that it's all nice and flat. And there you have the finished aged paper using tea bags. Today I'm going to show you how to age plain computer paper with vanilla. You're going to need a little bit of paper towel for spills. The graphics I've printed off from the Graphic Fairy. She has a wonderful website full of free graphics. I'll put the link below in the description. You're going to need some vanilla, an old toothbrush, and a little dish with a sponge. Now you're just going to take your toothbrush and dip it in the vanilla, and then you're just going to flick little bits of vanilla all over the paper. I've printed this graphic off on my LaserJet printer. You can use an inkjet printer to do this, but just be aware that your ink may run. I always have the best results using my LaserJet printer, but let me know in the comments if you have an inkjet printer and you try this technique and it works good for you. Now I'm just going to take my sponge and just kind of dab it here and there, around the corners, just anywhere that I want it to be antique-y looking. And doing this technique smells so yummy. And you can go back in with the toothbrush and just flick at other little places where you just want to have little dark age spots. Preheat your oven to 200 degrees. Place a cookie sheet with a piece of paper into the oven at 200 degrees and keep an eye on it. It'll dry quickly, about 5 or 10 minutes. Don't walk away. Now we're ready for the last step. I like to iron my sheet of paper. It's easier to work on projects. So I take my iron on the lowest setting and I mist the top piece of paper and then I just iron it gently until I can feel that the paper is nice and flat. So many possibilities with this technique. You can use it in scrapbooking, you can use it with your mixed media projects, you can use it to Mod Podge onto canvas or wood, or you can just put it in a picture frame. It's so neat to try all the different ones. And there you have the finished aged paper using vanilla. Today I'm going to show you how you can age computer paper with milk and coffee. This graphic is available from the Graphics Fairy. I'll put a link below in the description for her website. The first step I like to do is crinkle the paper. It just gives it more of an aged and crinkled antique look when you put the stain on. I've printed this graphic off on my LaserJet printer. You can use an inkjet, but just be aware that the ink may run. This is the items that you'll need to create this effect. You'll need some instant coffee, about a tablespoon, and you'll need about a 1/4 cup of milk, and you're just going to dab the milk all over that graphic, just making sure you get the paper completely covered. I like to let the milk pool a little bit in the corners and throughout the graphic. Now you're going to take the instant coffee, and I just take my fingers and I just sprinkle it all over the paper. And you don't want it to be even. You want little blotches here and there, and thinner in some places and thicker in others. Now you're going to take your sponge and squeeze out most of the milk out of it and just kind of blotch that coffee into the paper. Just kind of dab it so the coffee starts to melt. And just keep dabbing until you get the desired look. Now you want to preheat your oven to 200 degrees. Place the cookie sheet with the graphic on it in the oven at 200 degrees and watch it. Don't walk away. Make sure you keep an eye on it, and it probably will take between 5 and 10 minutes to dry completely. And there's your paper completely aged, and now I'm just going to do the finishing step. I like to iron my paper flat when it's finished. Just makes it easier to work with on projects. So I take my iron on the lowest setting and I press the steam button and wet the top paper and iron it until it feels nice and flat. And there you have computer paper aged to make it look like it's 100 years old with milk and coffee.